principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking out. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man can so yeah, you don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, Sunday she's like.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's road safety campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gokos and now Ghana, to come up with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55, it imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon, so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death.
Sure.
And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are given licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers, and the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses, and we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive, in terms of their speeding behaviors, where to stop, how to follow, where to overtake, what to do when your vehicle get broken down. Our issues, among others, that we ensure that drivers are forthcoming, and even in terms of vehicle occupants, we ensure that they are on their restraint devices like seat belts, and those riders, both the driver and the rider, are also on their crash helmets, and all that it takes to also ensure that pedestrians also walk along the road on the left and then cross the road appropriately at safe crossing point are some of the responsibilities that are imposed on us, which we do every day. And also, in addition of ensuring that people comply, we detect an increased sense of apprehension among those who violate sin. And those who violate him are arrested, processed, and put before court of competent jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, for example, as I have on my data, those that are convicted, same are published. And I can say that from January to February this year, 423 Ghanaians have been put before motor courts for various offences. In the process, the court has been able to adjudicate to finality and convicted 362 offenders, and 2 have been jailed, and the remaining, the court imposed court fines, summing up to 205,190 Ghana cedis, and same have been paid into the state coffers by these convicts.
This amount is for which people? Which people have paid this amount?
Those who were the 362
who were convicted.
Yes, who were convicted. The conviction somewhere were sentenced to prison. 2. The rest, fines were imposed on them, and I've given you that. And I'm saying that this is part of what we do. We go beyond that. We use this same to sensitize the general public and share data on accidents, because we respond to accident scenes and investigate and produce appropriate information to appropriate entities, including the courts and the insurance entities. And we do it on a daily basis. And we also collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that our work remains beneficial in terms of information sharing and capacity building, training, sensitization, publicity, so that where crashes are occurring, for example, we don't keep it in our books. We, on our feet, for example, this year, we will not wait till the end of the quarter. We will, as and when, cumulatively, will make the occurrences that are impacting on public health and safety available for people to also take safe remedial measures as individuals and as groups to protect themselves before the worst happens. Therefore, I'm not surprised that between January and February, what happened and what we shared, the general public and our publics are positively responding to it, and has also become part of our public discourse in terms of what to do in order to avert the seemingly increasing crash incidents and associated high deaths and morbidity, and then damage to property report that we've shared. So these, among other responsibilities or tasks that are imposed on us, and we do it to the best of our ability, given the
available resources and the efforts on our part.
Okay.
about that, you put out some statistics for just January and February, and it was very scary. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the first quarter, and we have about 517 people getting killed in road accidents. I mean, with everything that your department has been doing so far, why is it that this year alone, before the first quarter even draws to a close, we've recorded this high number of casualties?
I think, first of all, we should be very careful when we begin to use the word surprise, because when you look into the current recommended steps from 2020 to 2030 within the strategic development goals, that is called Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, particularly Goal 3.6 and 11.2, which relates to public health and safety road crashes. And you look at the solution toolbox principle, which has to do with the safe system approach, which seeks to Vision Zero, that we should apply system so that human, environment, or road infrastructure and vehicles should interact in a way that will ensure high level of safety. And the principle that is espouses, one is that we should ensure that we pursue a commitment to proactive improvement of roads and vehicles so that the entire road safety system is made safer than just locations or situations where crash or crashes last occurred. So if you are not careful and you begin to say, oh, currently the crashes are surging, you will be making a mistake. And if you look at the wide spectrum, and you look at what happened last year, you should have noted a trend. And you ask yourself, what have we done as a society? Because last year, from January to December, compared with the same period the year before, which was 2019, you saw that all indicators were surging. So crashes have increased by 7.27.
7.27.
Yes. And vehicles that were involved in the crashes have increased by 10.37%. And persons that have been injured also increased by 13.45%. And persons that have been killed are also increased by 13.35%. And when you look at January to February, as you already said, you see that crashes that are reported that increased by about 7%. At now, it's now the rate is now 11.21%.
For just January?
Yes, so that now from last year we've seen it is moving. And you see that vehicles have also increased by 9.04%, vehicles involved. And now we have persons that have been injured increasing by 7.25%. And persons that have been killed increased by 31.55%.
Wow, that's...
And so, if you look at it this way, you will see that it seems to be undulating increases. However, it is increasing since last year. since
consistent
2019.
rise.
It seems to be an increasing trend. And if it's in an overview, it is increasing this year. And that's what I'm saying. Therefore, what are we doing it right? And that is where the discourse should be. Can it be business as usual? And therefore, we have to look at our solution toolbox and see what is wrong elsewhere. Or is it that we have been slow in our responses and countermeasures? That's why the system has caught up with us, and we seem not to have our way clear.
From where you sit, when you put into perspective all these things, what has your observation been?
My observation has been that when you look at the principle that is underlying our road safety management, we seem to be off the track.
When you say off the track, how do you mean?
I mean, see, if you are operating a road safety system that will not recognize or anticipate and accommodate human errors and prevent consequent death or serious injury, you are bound to fail. I'm emphasizing again. If you are operating a road safety management system in this world, in any country, that will or that has its transport system does not anticipate and accommodate human errors, it will be difficult to promote safety. And that is what we are confronted with. That our safe system approach has failed. We are not keeping to the principle that has been so documented and handed to members countries of United Nations.
Okay.
And that is why we should get back to the basis, so that, for example, for how long shall we sit down without preventing headlong collision involving high occupancy buses, articulated trucks, people running into broken down vehicles on our West African transit routes or international routes that traverse Ghana? The one from Elubu through Accra to Aflao, the one from Kwame Nkrumah Circle through Zawam, Nkoko, Kumasi, Swami Runabout, Offenso, Tachimai, Kintampo, Yipala, Tamale, Boga, and then Paga. For how long shall we see this corridor that so support our developmental efforts, enhance communication among Ghanaians and our foreign nationals and compatriots, and so allow it to be single carriage? For how long? For example, when we wake up and hear, and it has been a routine in our lifetime, that one collision, because a tire will burst, because one driver will unlawfully overtake at night, maybe driving fatigued, his vehicle might have broken down, and because it's loaded, cannot be pushed off, and it serves as trap, and people run into them and crash. How long shall we continue to go to such scenes and collect 65 dead bodies with half bent, sometimes on the N1, sometimes on the N6 and then the N10? Instances this year like Srichikura, the one that has happened at Achimasaf. Last year, we recall what happened in Babatukuma in Kintampo. You recall what happened in Dompasi. You recall what happened in Cheshire. All mirrored, and many of these that are happening as a result of headlong collusion. And a lot are dying, a lot are being charged. And we think the solution lies where? It lies in the fact that the safe system approach said that we should anticipate human error and ensure that such routes that are international, that passes through this republic, and we know them, at least two, Accra to Paga, Aflau to Elu. It is obvious that having run on it as single carriages have only become a death trap for us. And countries that during the same time that we're harboring these single carriages managed to invest in theirs and turn them into dual carriages. We don't hear of same. And there are thousands of vehicles that are on such routes nocturnally and diurnally, and you don't hear of such. But on our route, because we have allowed single carriage, it's obvious our report. And therefore, it is one area that this country must pay much attention to, not in the distant millennia now, in our present time, because whether we like it or not, these two roads are the roads that are fueling our economy. They are the roads that we are depending on so much for, to the expectation from the report of GRA, of Custom Division, that Ghana had accrued so much from trade. It is because of these routes that are nerves, the nerve center for Tema Harbour and Takoradi Harbour. And it's the hope of blood artery that supplies the hearts of the economies of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, Chad, among other countries that depend on our ports and these routes for support. And this same route that many Ghanaians that are in Upper East, in North East, those that are in Northern region, Savannah, those that are in Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East, Ashanti, Eastern region, Accra, depend on for their essentials and their movement day and night. And the same route that gives us a bad report every day of mass death. Why? Because sections that are left single carriages are the very traps that are killing us. And we see it, and we give excuses that there's no money, and we give excuses that it will take such a long time before it is done, which is not so. That when you started today, by 3 years' time, you would have seen the effort that you would have put in. It can never be that anybody is saying, do all roads, do all. That's not what you are saying. You said only 2 roads. Because those roads are very critical. It saves lives and it promotes the economy. And so this has been a challenge. Again, whilst we are rationalizing the fact that dualizing these 2 roads are difficult and can happen in a distant millennia, we have also refused in realizing that if you are building an economy with a single carriage transit routes, then you must know to invest heavily in towing and recovery track system. Do we have it? We ask ourselves. Even that, do we have it? Can we boast of it? And we allow the road be littered with broken down, accidented vehicles, and it serves as traps for others, particularly nocturnally. These are matters that are critical. Again, in a country where you have such a poor public transport system, which is private-led, it smacks that over time you see others coming in with cheap alternatives, affordable alternatives, accessible alternatives. And I'm not surprised in our lifetime, because we have not been able to invest in mass transit bus systems, even in urban and peri-urban environment. What you see is that our hope and solace is found only in shamefully motor bicycles, motor tricycles, and we have given them nicknames, priding ourselves. Some call it Okada for the service it delivers. Some call it Aboboya. Some will call it Pragya. Some will call it Mahama Kandu or Kumbu. In all this, if you look at the data, as I have it in front of me, last year, for example, with 2,589 that died, few motor bicycles or few motorcycles, 5,684 that got crashed, killed 1,056 out of the 2,589. It's continuing this year with the 517 dead. Few motorcycles, 974, have killed 222 out of it. And I'm telling you that these are where the main problems are. And therefore, even with these, you can now suggest solutions. Okay. So, these are clear indicators that if you don't, we are not able to hold it. Now, it looks as if with any 100 deaths, about 45 are attributed to motorcycle-related injury. Motorcycle-related injury are leading to these deaths. 100 deaths. Okay. 45. But these vehicles are few. But they deliver such essential services that Ghanaians decided to cling to it like flea for their livelihood and basic service delivery. So as a way forward, it should be a matter for national discourse. We should stop pretending that motorcycle is in the urban, the heart of the CBDs. Motorcycles are within the metropolitan area, in municipal areas, and in peri-urban Ghana, and in the rural states, and in our farm states. Motorcycles seem to be the most common, affordable, accessible, and those that are pronouncedly used by Ghanaians.
But how can that be inculcated in our system, our road usage system?
You know, nothing. That's what I'm saying. That we should have hands on deck, because we are overwhelmed, and this is everywhere, and everybody is using it, and it's affordable, and we seem to be a job, generating a machine to the youth who are also looking for job, and they think that they have gotten job. What do we do? Everywhere. And everybody is patronizing. And it seems to me that there is a gap there, a policy gap. It seems to me that there is a aloofness gap on the part of all of us, that as if it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Alexander Obeng.
Thank you
for this opportunity. This has been part of our conversation on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Now, do send us some of your videos on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's equally the GhanaWeb, and on YouTube, it's GhanaWeb TV. Do join us for our other interviews or interactions with some of our stakeholders.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na-Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't like, you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you like okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was like broken. So it was in a sling and a POP and in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this. But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So like 80%, you're okay.
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to like do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We're on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove. We're like almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken. My left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho, and then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. Okay. And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. 2019, it was just like, it happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House, where we did an x-ray. And it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to find ways and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was the 6th surgery.
That was the 6th surgery on my body and the 4th surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean, the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because
I can imagine.
Yeah, you're walking one day in your heels, you know,
And
feeling
then
all
another.
awesome. The wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very, I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out. Because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake, you mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So he was very tired from the previous night, but he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, you know, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights, so it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been woken up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And if probably I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying? It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, and I was like, so I was trying to like understand what was happening.
Trying to figure out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me, because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then as if it wasn't enough, the battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped, 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some courage. He gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like, the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a bus of a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to who
Got
stopped,
to the scene. Okay.
and then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was my left thigh was broken because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was
yes.
the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured.
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm.
In my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation, and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast, or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods.
Fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days, it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Can't go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Not talking about injury. And so, like, every day people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question, because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. And the taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our driver was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. Again. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. Exactly. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Na-Akle Plange has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us.
Ghana's press freedom has been called into question over time due to past antecedents between the country's security apparatus and media persons. To don't say it loud, we speak to a victim of one such incident who tell us what his experience was and the way forward. My name is Lord Harry Sidwasari. When we return from the break, I introduce our guests. Do stay. Welcome back. So our guest today is the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's going to be telling us everything we need to know on this episode, or on this edition. David.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Lord. Hope everything's fine.
Everything is great. So in October last year, you were picked up by the police over a story that you published. In less than 6 months on, you were back in their grips again. What's your deal with the police? Why are you always getting arrested?
Well, I'm sure you know the work we do. The work we do is purely investigative most of the time.
Okay.
And when you are doing investigative stories, it means you are digging down somebody's dirty clothes. And usually you wouldn't have people comfortable with that. And usually has to do with state actors. So people usually find it intolerable to when their dark places are being open for scrutiny, and I believe that perhaps is the case of the WhatsApp news. But I mean, I say that some of the issues, the two issues for which I was arrested, I mean the October one and the current one, last 2 weeks one.
Yeah.
I found it unnecessary the way the police came in to use state powers in arresting me.
Okay, about that, what exactly, I'm talking about the recent one, what exactly, what was your offense? Initial reports suggested that you had published false news. Was that the case?
Well, when my statement was being taken, I was told that I had published false news.
Okay.
And I recall I was interviewing a character in the story that I'm investigating, and that story particularly is still under investigation. We have not published anything about it, so it was difficult to understand why anybody would arrest me or would charge me for publishing false news in that particular case.
So it's not like it was even out yet?
We hadn't started any story at all. We had not done. Sometimes you're doing a story, you want to do promo for some strategic reason, but this was not the case yet. I just interviewed a few people as part of my investigation, and the character was also one of those that I was interviewing. And after my first interview with her, she requested to meet me, and I obliged. I obliged because sometimes when the first interview was on phone, so when you interview people on phone, not everybody is comfortable enough to tell you all you need to hear. So I thought that once the request was made by the interviewee, I was obliged to give her the opportunity to tell me all the stories, all I needed to know from her. And that's why I obliged. And throughout the process, I think that I discharged all the ethical requirements of me. I mean, some of the interview I had with her the first time, she was full of praise of my work. And so I was surprised when I was arrested in the process of interviewing. I was interviewing her actually.
Where did it take place?
This took place at Afrikiko. After the interview, I discovered something new that I know she should have known, and that would be a different matter. So it was at that point that the police came in and arrested me. So we had not actually started the interview proper.
I see. That's pretty interesting. But Afrikiko, of course, is a very open area and it's not very far from the Jubilee House. What was the mode of arrest? I want more details. We heard about stuff, but I want it to come from the horse's own mouth.
The mode of arrest, basically, when, just like I said, when I started, setting the mode for the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling, because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered. And
signaling from who?
I saw some hand movements from her, which probably give me an idea that she probably was aware. I mean, everything was arranged, so she probably was signaling the CID to come in.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set. It was all set. When you get to know, everything was set up. Because, I mean, like I said, it's so there's no reason for the arrest. No, absolutely no reason. As we speak now, when I was writing my statement, there's a false publication. And right around that time, narratives were being changed to extortion, attempted extortion.
Can you tell us who you're interviewing?
Yes, I can tell you. I think that because it's still under investigation, I don't.
You're not at liberty to give.
Yes, yes. I mean, been advised by my lawyer to take that one slowly because the story will come out.
Okay, but the person is in the upper echelon.
Yes, the person is a big
government official.
Yeah, government official, and the husband also a very prominent actor in the security system.
I see. So she came with her own security detail because you indicated that she motioned some signals and then they came to pick you up.
Like I said, because it was set up, they had arranged for the CIA, the police to be around.
In Mufti or
in Mufti?
Okay.
In Mufti. I think there was only one police I saw in that environment, but you know, because it's an open place for the public, you could hardly notice that the purpose of he being there would be
because
for
of
such things. And I don't recall he coming close to where I was arrested at. But so plainly, it was all plainclothes officers who made the arrest. But then they held me from all sides. There was two ladies, two gentlemen, hijacked me from both sides and, you know, pushing me. They took all my equipment and were pushing me. And I asked them why, first of all, why the arrest and why this manner of arrest. And some were saying I should shut up. And then they murdered me into a car that they came with. So I was sandwiched between two guys and a lady at the back, and then another lady in front with a driver.
What type of car? Was it one of the saloon cars or a pickup? It was a saloon car. Okay. Wow, I see. And give us a picture of how you were treated while you were in detention.
So from the Afrikiko, I was taken straight to the CID headquarters, specifically to the Special Investigation Unit. The first person I saw who I believe was in the rank of ordering these people was the unit commander, called one in Ketia, the Special Investigation Unit commander.
Okay.
And the moment I entered, the first question he asked was, how much did you want? How much do you want to take?
How much do you want to take?
How much do I want to take? And I said, I don't understand the question.
Was this after you had filed your statement, written your statement?
No.
Okay.
I was in handcuff. They just took me into his office.
Okay.
There were people sitting there, and then he said, how much did you want to take? How much? So I said I didn't understand the question. He said, how much did you want to take for the story? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not one of those journalists who take money for stories. I'm a professional. And then he asked me where my ID card was, and I said I didn't have it on me here. He said, why was I going to interview someone without an ID card? I said it wasn't an issue because I had spoken with the person already, and ID card wasn't an issue. If it was, I could have shown it to the person. Then I saw a gentleman sitting just in front of the commander, the Nketia man, who I later discovered to be another character in a story I had done about 3 weeks before, which had to do with the national security. This gentleman, I mean, if I should just give you a brief, he was involved in an issue where the national security operatives were being used to harass a civilian over his girlfriend. So I spoke to him prior to doing the story. I spoke to him. I spoke to other characters. I spoke to the SWAT commander, Commander Azubu. I spoke to him, and I spoke to almost everyone involved in that story.
Okay.
what he did was a very serious issue. I probably can go into details because I've published that story already. I can tell you all the story by the time, for the sake of time, we can. So this gentleman then said, then they asked my name, and I introduced myself. Said, which paper do you write for? I mentioned the WhatsApp news. They said, oh, so you are the gentleman, you are the one who has been writing that rubbish about me. I'll deal with you.
That's what he said?
Yes, he said, I'll deal with you in front of their commander.
But did he confirm if it was false or otherwise? If the story he had written about him was false or otherwise?
Well, he just said he would deal with me. I mean, we did the story 2 weeks before that arrest. And so if it was false, obviously he should have just gone to court or write a rejoinder to us. But that wasn't, he didn't do anything like that. And he couldn't have, because we done enough work on that story to avoid anything like that. So then he said that, and I said, well, I don't even know you. Then he said he would deal with me. So then the commander said they should take me out. He took me to at the conference room of the Special Investigation Unit. And so I was sitting there with the two CID officers, among the ones who arrested me, seated with me. And after some time, about 10 minutes, the gentleman came, again, that same guy. He's called Da Costa Autry, Stephen Da Costa Autry. He's supposed to be a businessman. So he came into the room again and said that if I don't stop writing stories about people, he will deal with me. And I said, well, I mean, if you were caught up in my story like that, then you obviously must be close to being a criminal. At that point I identified who he was. So I told the CID officer, I mean, you are here, I know this guy is not a police officer, so you are here and he is threatening me, and you are not saying anything. Should I arrest him? He says, so I should. He doesn't know who he is neither. The CID officer who was working me said he didn't know who he was.
He didn't know who the person threatening him was?
Yes. So we went into a different room where I understand the investigator is. So we went to that room, and the questions, once in a while, the unit commander will come in and ask a question. He mentioned another guy in a story we did a week before then, which had to do with national security again. Again, the national security being used to abuse civilian rights and all that. So he mentioned a character in the story I did, and he was asking me who is this gentleman. He was called the guy is called Mike Cook. If you know him, he used to own Vibe FM. So he was arrested together with his friend or partner upon arrival at the airport for allegedly failure to take COVID test. And then subsequently the charges changed to evasion of tax. And as we speak now, I understand that charge has also changed. So it was also had to do with national security. In that story, the current Minister of Railways, Mr. Peter Mewu, is also featured in the story. So my cook, when he asked of my cook, then my mind was like, but it couldn't be because I was in the process of another interview when I was arrested. So obviously, that really is not Mewu. But then when they mentioned my cook was only related to the Peter Mewu story I did. So right there, two stories relating to national security.
You connected the dots.
So I saw what was happening. Then the gentleman, there's another gentleman called Berku, Chief Berku, who was at the investigation unit, and he asked me if I was hungry. How hungry was I that I was looking for money? I said, that's offensive. You don't ask me that question. Except, he said, no, I should talk to him. Why did I ask? Why did I do what? He said, well, the interview, do I have the document? Do I have documents on which I was investigating the woman? And I said, look, I am a journalist. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you what investigation I was doing. but talking about documents, I'm not supposed to give it to you. Is that what I'm supposed to do? If I have to write a statement, let me write a statement, and you proceed with what you are doing. That if the woman, then at that point, I knew they started making case of extortion, but I also knew that there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence, no any such act that could be deemed to be extortion on my part. So
they felt that you were doing stories to extort them?
They, from the narrative, they felt that I met the woman because I wanted to extort money from her.
To kill the story.
Yes. But I had, fortunately, I mean, we've had a few conversations that I can tell you the woman could not have said I asked her money, or I had any intention to kill the story I was investigating. So I was very confident that if all the charges they had mentioned so far, there was nothing that I should be afraid of, except for the fact that nobody around me knew where I was.
Your people,
not my workers, knew that I was arrested.
How long were you there for?
I was, well, I think I was picked up around 3:45 thereabout.
Okay.
And I was at the unit there till around 8:30 before I was taken into custody.
What was you in custody? Were you still, at the time the interrogations were going on, were you still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
You were still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
I see. Well, we would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. After the break, the conversation continues.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud, and we are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David. So you were telling us about what the experience was like while you were in detention. What happened then you got released?
Well, so, I mean, I slept over at the airport police station.
Oh, so you spent a night over there? You said you got arrested
around 3:45 of Thursday. I think that was the first of April. And got released on the 2nd of April.
Wow.
So on the 2nd of April, the police came for me. From the investigator came back for me around 7:30 thereabout.
Okay.
And took me back to the headquarters.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Okay.
So at the headquarters, I was told that I had to do, they had to do an SW, that's a search warrant kind of. So they got operation team mates with, they are the operation guys with guns and all that. And I got driven to my house.
About that, were you pointed at with a gun? Was a gun pointed at you at any point in time?
No, I mean the gun.
Even when you were getting arrested, no.
No.
You mentioned you were heckled.
At the point of arrest, I didn't see a gun.
So they weren't armed?
They weren't armed.
Okay.
They weren't armed. It was only the point at which the gun was more or less accompanying us was when they were taking me to my house.
Oh, okay.
And I was in handcuff, 2 gun wielding CID operatives with 2 others, and then the driver took me to the house.
Okay.
And they went to conduct a search. they said they were looking for, I mean, the investigator said they were looking for photo album. So if I had any photo album, I should show them the photo album.
Your photo album?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but yeah, my wife showed them a few that we had, and from there, they couldn't take anything. They didn't take anything from the house that I could remember. So we returned to the headquarters, and they were supposed to be waiting for the CID, Director General CID, Mr. Kenyebua, who I understood was somewhere outside the city, the capital city, on holidays. And so but the directive for the bail would only come from him, from what I understood. So they were calling. It was around 1:30 there about that. I had an inkling that they may be granting me bail. At that point, there were a few journalists, colleagues of mine, and senior friends that I knew who came around and were demanding that there should be a bail, because as at that time nobody was clear what exactly the charge was.
At that time, you still didn't have any charges on you?
I mean, apart from, you know, when you are writing your statement,
yeah,
they gave it a headline. So the headline there, if it was supposed to be the charge, supposed to be false publication.
Okay.
But I've seen situations where those charges were changed, those headlines were changed later. But what they asked me, what I saw there was about false publication. So that's what I responded to in my statement. But at the point of the bill, granting the bill, then I mean, they said I should look for sureties, and the sureties were going around, you know, identifying their properties.
Okay.
Then at that point, the CID investigator, you know, seasonally he's been on call all through. So one of the calls came, and I mean, first they wanted to take me somewhere, and my people protested, and then they said, okay, they should take an additional statement. So I don't know where the orders were coming from, but because he told us he was waiting for the orders from Mr. Kenyebua, I assumed the orders were coming from there. So he asked that we issued, I made an additional statement about what? About extortion. So I said, okay, what about extortion? So he offered to write it, and I said, okay. So he asked the question, he asked me a question, and I responded to the questions whilst he write. So after that, then the bill was granted. And I was asked to come back on the 6th of April. That was Tuesday after the arrest.
At what, during your narrative earlier, you indicated that the people around you, your colleagues and family, did not know where you were. At what point did they get in the know?
At the point I was asked to write a statement, I indicated that I needed my lawyer to be around.
Okay.
I also wanted to use the opportunity to get someone around me to know what the situation was. I knew by then the news would be around that I've been arrested, but as to where I was, nobody would know. So I then used the opportunity to call my lawyer, and that's when anybody around me, I was sure, got to know where my location was.
How did your family take it? How did your wife take it?
For my wife, it was, I mean, I just can't describe it. She was very devastated because it was the second time in 6 months when I was arrested. And, you know, when she spoke to me, I knew she was devastated, but I mean, she managed to, there were friends around and family who managed to get her to understand that everything was okay, and I got to talk to her later. And she is still devastated. I mean, not that she had any fear, but the way, if you consider the first arrest, when I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and And when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house to someone, a family member. And on her way, she was crossed by these vehicles, and it was a serious issue for her to take. And so
she was crossed by which vehicles?
Unnumbered vehicles, and she stopped. They got down, just went around, and then got back into the car and drove off. So that incident was still in her mind, and so at that point that she got to know that I was arrested, around 8, 9, except for the family and friends who were encouraging her, she probably didn't know what to do at that point.
What did she say to you when she saw you?
Of course, she cried. She cried, and the rest I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. Of course, she was happy to see me. That's more important. She was happy to see me, and the kids, how they were worrying her. Where's Daddy? She has to lie. She had to lie to them. Daddy's going to work. He had to come back the following day and all that. So because the kids expect me at a certain time of the day.
So when she ran back.
So when I wasn't coming back, So that's briefly what happened.
Generally, what did you make of how you were handled, the entire situation?
Well, I think that the police, not all of them, some were a bit professional, others were very unprofessional. And I was just thinking if that's how they handle all suspects.
How unprofessional? What did they do?
For instance, I got to know that if they didn't know the reason for which I was to be arrested.
They were just acting on orders.
They were just acting on orders. And so the way they were, because the law requires that you treat a suspect with dignity. So if in the glare of the public you arrest me, you don't know what the issue was. Even if you knew what the issue was, I was not wielding any arm. And then you hold me from both sides of my trousers and tossing me, So when I even tried
what's in local parlance we call jaws. So they jaws both your...
They jaws my two sides.
Wow.
One on this side, one on this side. And so when I was trying to inquire why, I said, shut up. So I was treated more or less like a common criminal, and I don't think it was really necessary. Even on the way to the police station, I was trying to get them to understand that, as much as they are doing their work, they needed to be professional. And some of them, the ones the female among them, were being very hostile, and I was surprised. One of them apologized to me later, but. I think that the police need to act professionally. Not only them, everyone needs to act professionally in their line of work. And if we all do that, then we'll have a system that works. I know even the commander, when you ask me a question, how much do I want? I don't want to think that was part of his investigation. That how much do I want? I don't think it was part of any investigation. It was prejudging the situation. I was supposed to be a suspect. You are saying, how much did I want? And all that. Someone said I was hungry. So why did I? What kind of hunger led me to do this? Conclusive. I recall at the point before I was taken home, there was this gentleman, an operative. He came in. He was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly I think I had a handcuff on my hand. And he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, Mebo Wasum. Then I was
without provocation?
Without any provocation. So I was just watching. And then after some seconds, he released me, and then I was looking at him. He said if I look at him twice again, he'll slap me. And so one of them said, oh, Memphino. And then he told him, oh, any power. you know, like they were just joking, they're cracking jokes.
During your detention, were you heckled or did anybody lay their hands on you or any threats whatsoever?
Not at all. I must say that the police at the airport police station were very, very professional. They were professional. When I was put into the cell, the guys I met there, all of them very, very nice guys. They were very sympathetic of my situation. I mean, what they got to know. And of course, there were news, you know, they could watch from their cell rooms.
Okay.
And so when they asked me who I was, and you know, they became very emotional as well. And so they actually gave me, if I should consider their situation, they gave me a keenly treat in the cell.
I see.
So at the point of detention, there was no harassment there. I mean, talking about the airport police station, they were very, very professional. And even at that time, I think some of the police people got to realize that the action was very, very unnecessary. And so they begin to, even the CID guys begin to
tone down
on their hostility and all that.
I see. Do you think the media or press is really free in the country?
I don't think so. And I don't think so not only because of this kind of harassment. I think that most of us, colleague journalists, not many of them are able to do the work they would have wished to do. You know, there's so much going on in this country, and I think that the public would have had a lot of confidence in the media doing the work diligently, playing the role of gatekeepers, keeping the state actors in check. But that's not what, in my view, is happening.
What do you think is happening?
I think that there's too much I'm looking for the word. The media is not doing its work freely. Let me just put it that simple. I'm also the vice president of Private Newspaper Publishers Association, the PRIMPAC.
Okay. You think there are obstructions?
I think there are obstructions.
Tell me about the second one. What has become of it? You weren't very clear on the charges. So what's now?
Well, on the 6th, when we went there, they requested to go into my phone. They wanted my consent to have access to my phone and go into it. And I told them they could obtain order from court and do that. I wasn't going to grant them any access to my phone. So whilst at it, a gentleman walks in and said that I requested to see the commander.
Okay.
And the commander says he was in a meeting. He introduced himself to the commander. He said he was in a meeting. He said he was seeing him in connection with the story. So he needed to see him before he continued. So subsequently, the commander came and told me that he was going to see his boss. So they took me to another room. He came back, and the investigator came to tell me that I was dispersed, that I could go. I said, what does that mean? He said I could go home. And I asked where my gadgets were. My phone, they took my phones and my file, and then my watch. He said the case is still under investigation, so they'll give it to me later. And I said, okay. So the gentleman assured me that the complainant has no interest in this case. So my equipment should be returned back to me.
Who was the complainant? The lady you were interviewing?
Yes. So my stuff will be returned to me. I said, okay. So I went. By evening, I was called by the police that the equipments have been released and I should come for it. I went for them. And since then, I have had conversation with different people who were trying to tell me that they have spoken with the woman and the complainant, and she didn't make the statement, the complaint that was I was being charged for. Issues were not well explained, but they said she didn't make those complaints, and I said, well, I have been defamed by the police. They issued a statement stating categorically that I was arrested because of an attempted extortion and false publication. As for the false publication, you can deal with it because I had not even done any publication. But the extortion, they can concoct anything. So it was important, and that was very criminal. So it was important that I get to understand where that claim was coming from. And was insisting that I needed the police to be clear on that. As of now, I've not had any charge sheet from anybody. Since the Tuesday 6 I went there, I've not had any invitation from the police. Basically, nothing has happened yet.
I see. Do you feel safe?
For me, I know the work I'm doing. It's always a risk, even for you. It's a risk once you are doing the right thing, trying to dig the rot in society and exposing them. Definitely, we are not safe, except if the state is providing that safety, obviously, to media, men and women. But that is not what I see. So none of us are safe. But the family and well-wishers are worried. They are worried, particularly those who know, how people behave in town here. They call you. Sometimes you receive call and the person is almost like crying. Don't do this. The work is real. Can you leave this work? Right? You are doing it for the public. What are you getting from me? What are you going to get from me? I tell them, look, it's just like the pastor's work. The pastor goes there. He's supposed to even be dealing with spirits that we cannot see. And people are going to attack and all that. So we need to do our work. We need freedom to do our work. It's safe for all of us if the journalist do their work, well in a liberal environment, free of any intimidation and harassment. That, in the long run, will help all of us as a country, as a people, to grow, to develop.
Are you worried about your family? I mean, your wife, your kids? How do you think all this is affecting them?
As a human being, I should be worried. I should be worried. Of course, I'm very much concerned about what happens every day, and every day I have to also assure them that, we are in it together. We're all doing this public service together, and I will need their support. But, we all not the same. Some people may not be strong enough to take certain things. Okay. So, to that extent, I'm concerned about them. But that's all it is.
Okay. Now, finally, a lot of people are of the view that with the proliferation of media spaces, especially online, it has increased the space of sensationalism. What's your take on that?
I agree. There are a lot of, if you get on the media space, the internet space, you see all sort of supposed news mediums which channel a lot of falsehoods and all that. And not only the sensationalism, some are utterly untrue.
Yeah.
So all those things are there. But journalism is said that if you are doing it well, it shows. And the public is very discerning that when they pick a story, they're able to tell if the story is done well or not. So there's still a distinction for people who read to understand what false news is and what sensational news is and all that.
How do you think the situation can be curbed? What changes would you like to see?
You mean the issue of sensationalism and all that? Well, it's getting to that stage where at a point in time, we know it was all traditional media, hardcore newspapers. I have run a number of newspapers, worked with newspaper companies, which some don't exist anymore for several reasons. And even the ones which exist now, people pick the newspapers and they can tell you, if you engage people, they will tell you, they don't believe this paper, they don't, they know what these newspapers are for. So it's rather a challenge for us to get to do the work as required of us. If it's only when we do good journalism that the public can trust the work we do and begin to follow the news again. Other than that, everybody will be throwing in trash and, we all don't get anything from it.
Okay.
It doesn't yield any result.
All right. Thank you very much, David Tamaklo, for this time. But that's all time will allow us. This has been another edition of Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We have been speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's been giving us all the details about how and why he got picked up in 2020, and 6 months on, he got arrested again. Join us for our subsequent editions.
And principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
But immediately you say, oh, I hope it's not that girl that you're going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking out. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam 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 O2 man can so yeah there you don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You would ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, some days she's like.
It's the end of another business week, and as usual, we come your way again with an exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we chronicle trending business headlines as well as an engaging interview with an entrepreneur. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Let's settle for the details. Now, Ghanaian moms can heave a sigh of relief because it's a go-to platform where they can share the experiences, journeys, and challenges with motherhood. I'm talking about the Talkative Mom app, which has all the resources to help build the mother and child relationship. My colleague Mauli Ahlomega has the full story.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today my guest will be the founder of a digital platform, and this platform is helping women with resources as they journey on in their motherhood. I'll be speaking to Enu Kwegrin, and she's the founder of the Talkative Moms app, and we'll be talking all things Talkative Moms. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. And so welcome back. We'll be delving right straight into the conversation with the founder of the Talkative Mom app, Enu Kwegrin. Hi.
Hi, Mauli.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Thank you very much for welcoming us.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So let's get straight into it. What is the Talkative Mom app?
All right. So essentially, Talkative Mom app is a parenting platform. So it was built for the Ghanaian parents. Eventually, we would like to expand into Africa, but now that we started, it's mainly for Ghanaians. Okay. And it's supposed to be a one-stop shop where you find everything and anything you would need on your journey. Okay. So if you have some questions, you can enter it into Mom Plug, which is the first feature. Okay, because the app has 4 features. The first feature is Mom Plug. Okay. Mom Plug is where you can enter questions like home remedies for my infant's cold, and then you get your answers. Or your baby is starting solids, you want some answers, you get them. And then that brings us to the second feature, which is the marketplace. So I decided, why would we stop at just answering questions? Why don't we recommend credible vendors who you can buy from directly from the app? So that's how marketplace came about. So let's say you want some what's it called, products, and let's say you're looking for Tom Brown. You want a credible Tom Brown vendor. You would find that in the marketplace. Okay. Then the third feature is the blog. So that's actually how everything started. It started with a blog. So the blog has my blog posts, but the other benefit is blog posts from experts. So you get pediatricians blogging, gynecologists, speech and language therapists, clinical psychologists. We have a host of experts on there sharing blog posts to educate people. And then the last bit is the listings. So the listings came about because I noticed that a lot of people didn't know where to start from when their children want to start school. So I said, okay, let me list all the good schools that I know, with their fees, with information on them, the location, and you can click on it directly from the app and it will take you there. You can also call directly from the app. Restaurants, hospitals, pediatricians, all of them are in listings. So it's just a one-stop shop where you can find everything you need. Yeah.
Speaking of one-stop shop, was there a specific inspiration? Because you started from a blog all back in 2017.
Yes.
Was there something very specific that inspired you to develop this?
Yeah. So I noticed that every woman that gets pregnant in Ghana, at least most women, they download a pregnancy tracker or an app that will guide them throughout their journey. And there was none like that in Ghana, which was incredible. It's been so long, we're in 2020, and we still had no parenting app in Ghana. And since this was already something I was in, and I love to share information and resources, I decided, why don't we evolve into an app where you can get everything you need? Because I felt that the blog was limiting. All I was doing was sharing information. Why don't we take it to the next step by having people find resources that they need and calling from the app, finding the location on the app. These are things that mothers used to send to me. And another thing was that back to the questions I was getting a lot of DMs like, oh, where did you buy this from? Or, where did you get that from? And I said, why don't we put everything on this app so that I don't have to do the manual work of always answering the question. You just get all your answers there, and that way I can scale. So that's really how it started. Yeah.
So now let's get right into the app. Was the app developed in Ghana by yourself, or you had a team of people that helped you to do this?
So the app, fortunately for me, the app was developed by my husband.
Wow.
Yes.
That's quite interesting.
Yes. So he is like a tech guru. Let me praise him.
Okay.
So he's a tech guy. I told him about my idea, and he was like, "Are you sure anyone actually needs this?" And I had to show him figures. I had to show him how my platform on Instagram was growing. I had to show him the kind of questions I was getting. I realized there is a gap here, and I feel we can fill it. Okay. So if we don't do it, someone else will. So why don't we just start it, And because I had sort of become like a trusted platform where people would get answers to their questions, I said, let me be the one to do this, and then hopefully we can grow from there as a country. So my husband decided, okay, I'll build it for you. He has a team actually, so it's actually a team of 3.
Okay.
Right now, funny enough, he's gotten too busy. Yeah, because he has a full-time job.
Okay.
So now it's the team. So we have a developer and a design guy who are currently working on an app. And one thing about apps is that that every time it's being updated. So we are working on the phase 2, which will be launching, I'm sure, in a few days actually. Yeah, so it's a Ghanaian-owned app.
Did you do any survey before you went to him? And how did he take it initially that you want to develop such an app?
Yeah, so my background is marketing, okay? And so for me, how I knew this could turn into a business was because already my blog, I had added another feature to it, which was a shop.
Okay.
So people were already buying from me, the demand was there. And so I had to show him figures, and he would see the number of orders I was getting, and I said, why stop here? Why not collaborate with all the vendors that I know? And funny enough, the vendors on the app are people I know personally or I've worked with.
Wow.
So I decided, okay, I would show him the figures. Another thing I did was I do a lot of giveaways on my page, and businesses. The last time I did a giveaway, which was Christmas, I had 30-something businesses who were reaching out. Actually, it was over, but I had to actually stop it because the demand was. Yeah, so I knew that businesses trusted me. I knew people trusted my opinion, and so seeing all that, he was like, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's do this since it's something you really want. So yeah, right now as we speak, I have 130+ businesses on there and counting, because there are still more people that we have to verify, because I have to make sure that we don't have scammers on the app and people can get value for their money.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
Humor, we've got you covered.
Me from TV3 incident, you know, to you see me na me face a plan. Me who say be for me who say as I'm planning. Because I say back for my TV3 buy ya boom. Yeah. Na ko YouTube ya say me patcho. O patcho say. O patcho. Obiabo.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Obviously, you have some challenges. What are some challenges that you've had so far since this app has been rolled out?
Okay, so the thing about Ghanaians is that people want that that personal touch. Okay. So going on a website or going on an app, buying, not being able to ask the questions they want before purchasing, they want to be able to make sure that they are talking to the person they are buying from. They can ask questions like, hey, this color, is this going to come exactly like the picture shown, things like that, even if it's there. So what I decided to do was, on the app there's no payment platform. So what happens is that when people select a product and they are checking out, they fill in their details and then it sends a message straight to the vendor. Now you are able to talk to the vendor before making payments, since that's what people want. So, these were some of the things that I had to address on the app. And then, just getting people to download, because, again, technology in Ghana, it's there, but we are still a little bit behind. And so, that was one of the things. But slowly but surely, it's growing,
So on the downloads, how many people have downloaded this app? And what's the feedback and then the engagements like? How's the entire app looking like right now?
Okay, so right now we have definitely 2,000 plus, because we started with almost 2,000 and something downloads. Okay. And the feedback has been great. You would even see reviews on the App Store, because it's on iOS and Android. So when you go, you'll be able to read reviews even before you download the app. And there's a lot of engagement, because on the listings feature, you get to rate and review any facility. So if it's a hospital and you had a bad experience, you can review, you can leave a comment. So people have done that, and that has guided other people to select this hospital or select this pediatrician, that sort of thing. So I've seen that even with the blog posts as well, people are enjoying the blog posts because I'm getting that sort of feedback, and people are purchasing products on the app. So slowly we are picking. It's doing well.
So I realized you ranked number 2 on the app brain in 24 hours of your launch. How did that make you feel, and especially for a Ghanaian company?
I was over the moon. I had no idea it could even happen. Even my husband, who's a tech person, was shocked. Because we were in the top 100 apps that had been downloaded. We were above what's this dating app? I've forgotten the name. Sorry, I've forgotten. But we're above that dating app, and we were number 2 in the US and the UK parenting apps. So it was an honor to experience that. It was exciting. Yeah.
So I'm sure every app comes with its own security and all of that. How safe is this app, and how assured that people can use this app without their data or nothing stolen or?
Okay, so we have terms and conditions that you would have to read through before you even sign up on the app. And in the terms and conditions, you see all that we've put in place to protect your data. Secondly, like I mentioned, with regards to vendors, we vet them before we accept them. These are vendors that I said I already know, I've worked with, I've bought things from, I trust them. So you know that you are safe. Thirdly, we don't have a payment platform on the app, and so your card details are not taking. These are all things that we would add to the app, but for now, this isn't part of it. So for now, everything is secure, and definitely in the future, it will continue to be secure because we are serious about it, about growing it. Yeah.
You mentioned the phase 2. What's your intended? How's the phase 2 going to look like, and what's your intended target in terms of engagement for the app?
Okay, so the phase 2 is going to have exciting features like people being able to comment on blog posts. For now, that is not available. So you can comment, you can like, you can also, vendors can also run a sale. So we're going to be running a lot of going to run sales in May for Mother's Day. So you can get things half off, 10% off, 20% off, things like that. And larger businesses can partner with us and run ads on the first page of the app. So there's a lot that is in store. We are hoping to add things like post notifications and people being able to, right now we've connected the map to Google, but we want to be able to do it in such a way that you don't leave the app ever. So everything is done directly in the app, and eventually expand into larger markets like other African countries like Nigeria and all those places. So that's our goal. Yeah.
Any final words for us on the Talkative Mom?
So all I'll say is go download the Talkative Mom app on Android and iOS. It's very easy to use. You get all the information. It's free. There's been nothing like this out there. You get expert advice, and basically your journey is going to be super easy. That's what I would have wanted back then, and so we decided to build something like that for the Ghanaian parents. And so parenting never got even more easier than this. So please go download. That's it. Yeah.
All right, so go and download the Talkative Mom app right there. I'll be speaking to Eno Quigrin. She's the founder of the Talkative Mom app, and we've been talking all things that help women to journey on in their motherhood. My name is Malia Holomeka, and this is this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
That's really an amazing app there. We're going straight to our tech segment to engage our tech enthusiast, Jefferson, for him to help us with some cool tools that will help us navigate this tech world.
Hi, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This week on TechBits, we're going to continue with our iPhone series. We continue with looking for simple things to do with our iPhone. Like I mentioned last week, we're always thinking about just making phone calls and sending messages. But there's quite a lot that the iPhone can offer that we haven't considered yet. This series is going to point out things that we haven't noticed yet and things that we can use it for. So let's get on to this episode. So we're back on an iPhone. And what I want us to learn today is how to take a screenshot. Now, normally when you're taking a screenshot on your devices, you just press your lock button and your volume up. But sometimes it can seem a bit difficult. An easier way is to tap the back. Now, you can easily do that from your settings. So we can just go straight to our settings. Okay, and we scroll all the way down to accessibility. And we scroll all the way down to touch. And in under touch, we scroll all the way down to back tap. Double or triple tap at the back of your iPhone to perform multiple actions. So at the back here, you can say double tap, and you can choose whichever option that you want. You can say, okay, now I want to double tap to call for Siri, double tap to take a screenshot, double tap to even volume up and volume down. You can even double tap to shake, double tap to just mute. If you're in a meeting and you want to lock your phone or that, you can just go lock screen by double tapping, or just screenshot for what we are trying to achieve. So screenshot and double tap. So that's it. There's even a triple tap if you want to lock your screen. So it's a whole lot of options that you can do. That's settings, accessibility, touch, and back tap. All right, so that's it. So, I hope you found that useful. I hope you found something more than just another phone, because an iPhone has quite a lot that it offers, making the money worthwhile. So, I would encourage everyone to give it a try and let's see how it goes. That's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Now let's kickstart the trending business stories for the week. We start with the story of the GIPs, where the government of Ghana has assured that the $2.7 billion investment inflows reported by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the GIPC, for the year 2020 will be put to good use. Addressing the press in Accra, Minister of Information Kojo Oponkroma said the said amount will bolster the Ghanaian economy.
The key thing that the GIPC is at this stage leading government to do is to ensure that all of these investments, in terms of their equity compositions and then their logistics compositions, are onboarded fully so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them can be fully realized by the Ghanaian people. So, for example, it's estimated that a total of 27,000 jobs expected to be generated from the 279 projects, with operations at full capacity. About 22,000 of those jobs are expected to be for Ghanaians, while about 1,064 of those jobs, that's just about 5%, expected to be taken up by expatriates or non-Ghanaians. And these investments were mostly coming from China, about 751 million, the UK, about 240 million, South Africa, about another 240 million, Australia, another 240 million, Netherlands, 238 million US dollars thereabout. So what the GIPC is doing at this stage is to ensure that all of these investments are fully realized on the ground so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them are occasioned. And we think it's important that we update the Ghanaian public on all of them.
Now let's move to some power stories, because GRICO says Greater Accra alone consumed 25% of the total power generated in the country. This was made known to the media during a tour by the GRICO board, Jonathan Amoakoba, at the Pokwasi BPS. Addressing the media on that particular day, Mr. Amoakoba said Accra consumes most of the power generated in the country, hence the building of the Pokwasi BPS is a step in the right direction.
There was the need to build this bulk supply point, and about 5 bulk supply points. As I said, when I joined in 1987, the total load was about 100 megawatts. But as we speak now, the load is in excess of 800 megawatts, which is more than a quarter of what is generated for the whole of Ghana. Accra alone is consuming more than 25% of the load that is being, of the energy that is being generated for the whole of Ghana.
Let's do some cocoa board story, because over the week there is some fears being allayed because China has started exporting cocoa beans. But the Ghana Cocoa Board has expressed worry over reports of China's resolve to produce and export cocoa beans. The industrial Asian nation is reported to have produced its first batch of cocoa beans in the town of Zinglong in South China, and according to reports, subsequently exported to Belgium, weighing 500 kg and worth about $3,600. But the public affairs manager for the Ghana Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, in an interaction with City Business News monitored by GhanaWeb, described the development as rather worrying for the future of Ghana's cocoa industry. He continued, the concerns has to do with the fact that will China be able to produce in large quantities and be commercially viable? I ask because if you look at the production in general, it grows in places where you have, for example, between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south of the equator, where the climate temperatures ranges between 18 to 32 degrees Celsius, with rainfall of about 1,500 millimeters to about 2,000 mm. China and the specific place we are talking about does not have that geographical location, the Cocoa Board Public Affairs Manager added. Meanwhile, Ghana and Ivory Coast account for almost 70% of global supply for cocoa beans. Now, let's do some Airtel Go story because government has finally acquired all the shares in Airtel Go for $1. That's according to the Communication and Digitalization Minister, Esla Owusu Ekufu. According to her, the current state of the company and the circumstances under which the shareholders decided to exit the market led to the acquisition of the company at the said amount. The move is to offer the government, the new shareholders, some financial space to reinvest into the company to bring it out of the challenges it is bedeviled with. In addition to this, government has renegotiated many of the loan facilities the company had entered into and been able to achieve a high level of debt forgiveness. To further better the balance sheet of the company, the former shareholders and government agreed to equally share a $100 million facility acquired for Standard Bank. The facility remains one of the largest debts of the company's books. According to the minister in charge, she said, "We work closely with the Ministry of Finance in all the negotiations. So far, they understand what it entails now. The shareholders of Airtel Tigo are not passing the shareholder loans which they've advanced to the company. That's one of the main items hurting the balance sheet of the company. 100% of all loans have been forgiven, more or less. They are not seeking repayment of those loans." Those are the words of Esla Owusu. Now, there's some great news for the SME sector because the Bank of Ghana said it has tagged along with the Singaporean government to roll out, to adopt business borders aimed at helping SMEs leverage technology. This was said by the first Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Maxwell Opoku, whilst he was addressing the press at the launch of
the changing times in our business environment, and is continuing to monitor the evolution of new trends and will put in policy measures to ensure that we align with these new trends. We stand ready to continue to provide and build upon the requisite infrastructure needed for development and ensure smooth business operation, and we will make sure the policy environment for businesses is enhanced and fine-tuned in a post-COVID environment.
GRA is ready to automate its revenue collection online. It has served notice of ceasing the acceptance of personal and corporate checks to payment of taxes and custom duties effective June 1, 2021. According to the GRA, in circumstances where it's necessary for checks to be issued for payment spread over a number of months, such checks must be supported by a bank guarantee. The statement signed by the Commissioner General of the GRA, Amishadai Owusu Ansa, said effective July 1, 2020, all payments for taxes and duties shall be made directly to GRA accounts with the various banks through the various means such as cash, bank draft, bank transfer, ACH, SWIFT, cards, Momo, and other electronic means. So a very final story. Well, despite coronavirus surging on, there's quite an impressive news for Ghana in terms of growth of the economy. The Ghanaian economy expanded slightly by 0.4% in the year 2021. The economy contracted in the second and third quarters of 2020 by 3.2% and 1.1% respectively, following an expansion of 4.9% in the first quarter due to the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the provisional results figures, the agri sector drove the annual GDP with a growth rate of 7.4%, while the service sector recorded a positive growth of 1.5%. Industry contracted at a rate of 3.6%. For the agriculture sector, the fishing sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year growth rate of 14.4%, while the forestry and logging sub-sectors recorded the lowest with a contraction of 9.2%. The information and communications sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year GDP growth rate of 22.5% in the service sector, while the hotel and restaurant activities subsector recorded the lowest with a concentration of 34.8%. With regards to the industry, the electricity subsector recorded the highest year-on-year annual GDP growth rate of 7.9% for 2020, whilst the mining and quarrying subsector recorded the lowest with a contraction of 11.0%. That's it for today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I hope you enjoyed today's program. But for more news, head on to www.ghanaweb.com. You can also get interactive with us on social media, being Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter. Our handle is the GhanaWeb. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, the GhanaWeb TV. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Thank you so much for watching.
powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
He's gifted, wild, crazy, and daring, and this shows in every piece of work he does. He's telling the Ghanaian story through his work, and today we explore his art and skill sets on this edition of People and Places. My guest? Well, we meet him right after this break. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Thanks for your company. Let's meet the man with the magical hands. I call him Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
Yes.
Bofudin Bebre.
Yeah, girl.
Bosu.
Senior.
I know you have a lot of names. What other names do you have? Let's just do self-introduction.
My name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
That's all?
Yes.
That's all?
Yes. Yes.
I know you as Ashen, so
yeah,
that's the name you use for your work.
Oh yeah, Ashen so has become my name undoubtedly because it's kind of it's the company name, but the popularity of that surpasses my original name, so I take it like that.
Okay, how did that name come about, by the way?
Ashenso is a fancy or tree word.
Okay.
That means a trademark. Okay. Ashenso, like Meshe Bibinso. And in relation to the tattoo, it's more like Ashenso. So that's how I got the name. That's where I derived the name from.
Okay. Before we get into the conversation, they are going to tell us what we are painting today.
I don't actually. I'm painting.
So when you're done, we'll finally see what the outcome
Maybe.
of this is. Okay.
Maybe.
But tell us what you do. Painting, what else do you do?
I'm an artist all around. I do everything art actually. And so I paint, I tattoo, sometimes I write, I can sing. Well, I can a whole lot. I don't know. Everything art basically. Yeah.
Wait, like your own songs? You write your own songs and sing?
I actually wanted to be a musician.
Really?
Yeah, when I first cried, but I realized everybody was doing music. I'm like, okay, let me find my way. Yeah.
Okay, so you're low on the music and more
Yes. Sometimes it comes into me like, why don't you go back for it and start something?
But did you ever sing like your own song that is out?
No.
It's not out.
If any should have come out, I would have followed it. Yeah.
So when did you develop interest for painting, for art?
Painting has been my first love. Yes, because I'm a very indoor person. My mom wouldn't allow me to go out and all that, so in my loneliness, I fell in love with art. It became my only friend. So if mistakenly you leave your lip gloss or your lipstick around, by the time you are back, I've designed your bedsheet and everything. Yeah. So.
With whatever you find?
Yeah, whatever I find, I want to do magic with it.
Is it from your mom, your dad, or it's just
both
you?
Side. Both side. Because my mom is a fashion designer, and my father's side, the person I was named after, Emmanuel Usesel. So originally my name is Papa Usi. That's when you go home. That's how they call me. And so that man was an artist. So yeah.
So at what age or at what point did you start developing this potential?
I didn't even see it. I didn't understand what it was, because there were a few people around to really tell me, introduce me to the greater part of the talent that I have. But luckily for me, there were other artists in the hood, you understand, who were kind enough to let me around to watch what they do. And it wasn't a lot of questions, it was only observation. Yeah. And so that gingered the interest the more. Yes.
So when did you do your very first artwork, like painting?
Oh, you see, when we were young, there used to be cinema halls and the rest. Yeah. And so what I did was, since I don't have money to pay and go and watch, I'll go with my plain sheet or brown papers. My mom sews. So the leftover of the brown papers for the patterns, I'll steal them. Then I'll go to the cinema halls and I'll lie down on the floor and I'll be drawing. You see, they used to have commando holding big gun.
You draw the things you saw.
Yeah, I draw the things I saw, yeah.
Okay. But officially, like your first artwork that brought you out, when was that?
I think it should be Jocelyn Dumas' painting.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
so many years ago. That would be like 2009.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she came to see you, or
no,
just
she interviewed me on her program.
Okay.
The one show, if you remember, those times. I just wanted to say thank you for her, for thank you to her for interviewing me.
Okay.
And when I did and I posted it, people were interested. So they started asking, how much do you take for this? And I, okay, so there's money here. I had a mistake. So yeah.
And then it blew.
Yeah.
Right.
Ashanso was born.
How do you tell the Ghanaian story? How do you promote Ghana to what you do?
Ghana is a very creative country, yeah, in every way possible. Even the way we do our concern is creative. Yeah, it's not like and
you do it with skill.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because they are by you, but you don't see it. That's how creative they are. So with Ghana, I think we have a little problem when it comes to the arts, you know, which is the media throwing more light on the arts because they don't. When you say art in Ghana, everybody's mind goes to singing and acting, but we design the graphics for the musician. We design the posters for the movie actors. We do the makeup and the special effect makeup. All these things are the fundamentals. If they should throw a bit more light and make the artists in Ghana feel a bit like, say, into a day, yeah, people that have got the talent will come back to the art than to want to be in offices and do things that they are not.
Jobs.
Yes.
You think that if art is appreciated more people would
Of course, most of our youth are artists. Trust me. When you go into the secondary schools, this is what happens. Even lecturers don't pay attention to the visual arts class like that. You understand? I have an experience having there.
Okay.
They don't pay attention to the visual arts class. Compare a science class in a secondary school to a visual arts class in a secondary school. You understand? The sciences are always serious. They do extra curriculum stuff. But the visual arts class is like, yo, sometimes they don't even know what's going on. You understand? The lecturers wouldn't come for class. And when this news comes out like that, which parent or which world would want their children to go and study visual arts in school?
I mean, it's the same environment, but you are still blue.
Oh,
So
yes.
does it really matter if people
It matters because the kind of the vigor that I have, not every artist would have same.
What inspires a particular painting?
You see how the mind works, yeah? The things you see, fragments of those images are captured by the brain. You understand? So sometimes, unconsciously, ideas come to mind and you don't even remember where you saw them or how they even felt or sound or smell like. And when this happens, it's like a catalog in your mind. So people that do this kind of work, anytime they pick the brush, the painting is already here. Or even if they don't know, the picture is already captured and it's part of the system. So as they go, something comes up. Like this woman with the red lipstick, I don't know. I don't know where.
You don't know where it came from.
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Let's see.
Right.
Let's
and
see.
what has been that one project that you look back on and you're like, this took a lot of effort and like it's been your biggest so far?
My biggest would be meeting the president, even though it wasn't any, but it was something I said before, long before I even came to Accra. I said, let me tell you a story. When I was in school, I was very bad at this how I think. I wasn't good at math. Academically, I wasn't sharp like that. So a lot of things came on my side when it comes to punishment and beating and all these things. So I was...
You were seen as stubborn?
Not stubborn, but Charlie, the beatings were too much. So I was always sad. I always want to be alone. That's what I'm telling you, I don't go anywhere. It's contributed to that. I'm not a very social person. Though I'm a very good conversationist, but I won't go out there. Yeah. So one time, they were teaching, is it all, they have a name for it. It's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to you know that thing?
Yeah.
And this thing sounds plenty in my mind like, Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. And
while the teacher was in
yes, while he was serious, and I was drawing with his long cheek. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. So Anthony, really? Whilst I am teaching you, you are busy drawing me and look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day. That teacher beat me well. The worst ever. And I was crying. You know, there's this crying where you can do you know, but this one was like, I was sobbing like, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come out, you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future? And I said, I want to be the best artist ever to have come out from
You
Ghana.
told him that?
Yeah. I told him I want to be the best artist ever to have come out of Ghana. This was JSS2. And so
wow.
and
You knew what you wanted even at that age.
Oh, I knew what I wanted even when I had no get sense. Like, because I was always alone. You know, I have ideas. Like I only see pictures. You come and meet me talking to myself, you think I'm mad. You know, that kind of vibe. Yeah. So when I said, and I'll meet the president, and I said a whole lot. So when I met the president and I posted it on Facebook, I had even forgotten about this story. So my class prefect then, Marilyn Asma, he commented like, do you remember when Mr. Lawe ripped you and he asked you what you want to do and he said you want to meet the president? Then the whole thing turned emotional, like, oh, Charlie.
It all came.
You see? So that's how,
Came back to you. Wow.
So it's like that.
Okay. You know, there are so many artists around the world, like people who literally sell their art, auction them at functions and the rest.
Yeah.
Who would that one person you draw inspiration from be?
Trust me, yeah. The only person I sat under to even take this thing serious was my grandfather. Unfortunately, history did not cover him. And he was a mate of Abladi Global and Atudila Kadem because they were the pioneers of art in tech. But unfortunately, history did not cover him. And so he's the only person I have admired and look at him with his ideas and philosophies and, you know, yeah. And so for him, he thinks this is art. As you see it, as you see me, this is art. You understand? Like, look at me, look at you, this is art. God just called it into being, making him the greatest artist of all time. I can't call it into being, but I can capture it in my mind and I can reproduce it with my hand. And so life is art. Listen to my voice. See the way I'm constructing my English. It's art. The way you talk is different from me. Same like red is different from yellow. But if you put it together, you get orange, right? So then we get melodies from when you say, ah, and you say, ah.
So everything around us,
everything is art. You understand? So art is life. Yeah.
And what you do now, I mean, you're going to be gone someday.
Yeah.
Do you think the kind of art you do
I won't be gone.
You're never going to die?
No.
Like, why?
Because I'm an artist.
But your work is going to live after you.
My work?
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why I won't be
But
gone.
the human being is going to go, right? So I was asking, the work you do today, do you think it's going to be relevant in so many years, like for generations to come?
It would depend on me.
Okay.
It would depend on me and how I market it. It would depend on me and how high I push my name to go.
But is that what you're doing now?
Of course, we are striving to get to.
If people look at your work today, so many years from now, would they say this? Would they still admire the work?
It's dependent on me, how far I get my name to.
And are you working towards
Yes,
that?
that's exactly what I'm doing. Because Ashenso started like, okay, when it's about painting, I'll say all my life. You understand? And people that were my age know me from that point till now. And people that were born yesterday also know me till I will die. And the period even before I die, new generation will come to also know Ashen. So that's if I still stay relevant. So that's how you build up or spread the name.
Okay. Do people patronize your work?
Yeah, they do.
Which kind of people? And to what extent?
To the extent that I ship my works outside, but I haven't been there.
Okay. So people order for your work? Which kind of people are we looking at?
Art lovers.
Let's say, which kind of countries you think your work has gone to? Beyond
All over the world.
All over the world?
All over the world.
You're confident.
Everywhere.
So if you go to China, we would find a chance.
All over the world.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't take it there. I had to send it to them because they ordered for it.
And these people are Ghanaians?
Yes,
outside,
both Ghanaians and foreigners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let's take a break at this point. Let's move from this studio to another studio where we learn about something different that Ashenso does. And then later on, we continue with the artwork he's doing.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business. Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. We are still on the conversation. And you know, Ashenso is not only a painter or a graffiti artist, he also does tattoos. And right now he has a client, he's doing his own thing. We are going to have a little chit chat and find out all about the tattoo art. How long have you been doing this particular art, kind of art?
I've been tattooing for almost 14 years now.
And how did it all begin for you?
Right after secondary school, you know, when you are coming back into the system, you want to know what you are coming to do and how you're going to face life, like how you're going to survive. Because after secondary school, I believe we're a big boy, you know, always going to be dependent on your parents and stuff. So whilst friends were choosing driving and other things to get them money, I decided to go into tattoo because I believe in controversies and how they make information spread faster. So already, because of my art field, like my art background, I decided to do tattoos.
Was it a particular thing that inspired you or motivated you? It could have been anything else. What
thing is,
was that?
I lived with my grandfather for 3 years in the course of my secondary school education. He was a full-blown artist already doing his thing, so some of the training he gave me was to draw with a pen and not a pencil. So I was already good at that, and just like transfer of knowledge, you know, when you are drawing with a pen, the idea of making a mistake wouldn't be on your mind, because you know when you make a mistake you can't clean it, unlike a pencil. Yeah, so if I could do with a pen and I wouldn't make a mistake, I just felt then I can do tattoo, because same way with a tattoo, the skin is the substrate, and you can't afford to make a mistake. So if I have full control over the pen and the paper, why don't you try the tattoo? So that's how come.
So you got into training, or like how did it start?
Oh, actually, my big brother was sending home some stuff, like occasionally during Christmas, he sent home some stuff because he's outside. And he asked me what I want, and I said I wanted a tattoo machine, because then I've been seeing it on YouTube, like people, and I felt I could do it. So I asked for the tattoo machine, and when it came, I just tried my hands. It wasn't all gravy in the beginning, but then with time.
So who was like your first client?
Oh, he's called Ima.
And how was that like? Did you make any mistakes?
It was bad. It was actually bad, yeah.
You hurt him in the
No, not hurt, but the design, yeah.
Didn't come out as...
No, you know, he believed in me so much because he thought I could draw already, so I would be good at once with the tattoo thing. But I didn't know it needed constant practice, just like any other art form. So I was supposed to draw Jesus Christ on the cross on his back. And whilst he was lying down and I was doing it, the thing was perfect too. But the moment he got up, the cross was like this. Oh, it was bad.
It was all messed up there.
It was bad.
Was that the only mistake you made?
Oh,
like,
I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. A lot of mistakes.
With people you knew or like clients? Because
both people I knew and clients.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the reaction when it came out wrong?
Okay, for all of them, I've been able to fix them though.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's fine like that.
Right. So what are you drawing now?
We're writing a script.
A script?
Yes. On his back in relation to the mom.
In relation to his mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must be a very long thing.
Very,
How long is this going to take?
It can take like 3 hours, give and take. But yeah, we've done quite enough. It's like 5 paragraphs. We've almost done with 2, so it's left with 3.
Okay, let's just talk about people who come to you for tattoos. Usually, what's like your client base? Which kind of people come to you?
Most of the celebrities comes to me, and you know, the world is, you know, as much as the world is afraid of the unknown, people are very inquisitive and they want to know how and why. You understand? So, yeah, I tattoo most of the celebrities, and I tattoo the common Ghanaian too. Okay. And people have ideas and reasons why they want to get tattoos, because every tattoo has a story. It's not like for fun. So yeah.
And what has your biggest work, like your most challenging work when it comes to tattoo being so far?
My most challenging work recently was tattooing Stoneboy's mother on the back, because then he is a celebrity and I couldn't have afforded to make a mistake in any way possible. Yeah, so even though I've been doing that numerous times, but when it got to him, I felt a little bit pressure. Yeah, because it was like writing my tattoo final exam.
Because it had to be perfect.
Yes, because then if it goes wrong, everybody will know anyway. It can't be hidden. Yeah.
This is on the back. He spoke about Stoneboy and his tattoo at the back. But what other places do people like to have tattoos when they come to you?
People like to tattoo any part of their body depending on the reason and how they feel. Yeah.
So any part, as in even the private part?
Yes, please.
Okay, and how does that work? How does that feel? Because that includes ladies, right?
Yes, that wouldn't be me, but it will be them, because they are at the receiving point. I am just working.
But you're also seeing.
Like, how do I feel when I see?
Yes.
Oh, I can't afford to feel anything, because the mind at that moment is like programmed to make something beautiful and not to think of anything else. Because if I consider any other thing, the artwork might not go well.
Okay. So it's just work.
Yeah, it's just work.
You being professional.
Yes.
And your clients, have you had any awkward moments whilst you're working?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, hardly.
Okay. And what's the reaction like? I mean, this client is
calm. Yeah.
But obviously this is little work. It must be really painful. So like, how do people react sometimes?
You know,
you get people screaming or stuff like that?
The pain that comes with tattoo is mostly a state of mind. You understand? Because you have something in your brains called the endorphin. And whenever the body is introduced to any form of pain, it kicks into the system and it neutralizes it for some hours. And it depends, every individual and their threshold, as in the kind of pain they can take in a certain period. Yeah, so probably he hasn't gotten to his threshold yet. That's why everything is comfortable right now, but it's dependent on me to also be fast before he gets there.
Have any of your clients gotten to that point?
Oh, many times.
What was it like?
Many times. When you get there, we stop and we continue later.
How would you know they are there?
They can't take it anymore.
So they scream or they like...
I will start to see signs, because they will show painful signs, like their ambience will change.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever had like a cut in the process of tattooing?
Cut on myself?
On the person?
On them?
Yes.
No. That was in the beginning. I made all my mistakes in the beginning when I was learning tattoo, yeah.
Do you ever, I mean, this has to do with blood, right?
Yes.
Sometimes. Do you ever have the fear that you might contract some kind of disease in the process of doing this?
Well, you know, every occupation, there are occupation hazards. So you have to be super protective of what you're doing. And then again, tattoo doesn't really cut to the point that the person has to bleed profusely. Unless probably they think they have to take alcohol to ease the pain and everything. But the negative side of that is that alcohol is like an aspirin. When you take it, it thins the blood. So the moment the needle touches you, it makes you bleed more. Yeah, but he hasn't taken in anything, and as you can see, there's no blood here.
Okay.
So tattoo is not like the way people describe
Serious.
it. Yeah, it's not like that.
I see. And just to end this session, what's like the weirdest thing you've heard people say about tattooing? Like misconceptions or stereotypes or anything else?
Oh, two things. That tattoo is a sin, and when you do, you go to hell. And the second one is when you get a tattoo, you can't donate blood.
Okay.
Yeah, when you get a tattoo in the first 6 months, you are sure not to donate blood because a certain foreign substance has entered your body, and you need that 6 months to excrete it out. You understand? So after the excretion period, maybe through sweating, peeing, you know, after 6 months you can donate blood. And when it comes to the fact where they say tattoo is a sin, and if you do it, you won't make heaven. Around that same quotation that said that also says, make no cut on the edges of your hair or do no harm to the corners of your beard. And all of us sitting here, I think we've committed that sin. You understand? So there should be a certain understanding or explanation to it, dependent on whoever is reading and however they understand it. I don't think that's the topic right now, but that's what it is.
All right. So that's Ashenso speaking a little bit about his tattoo art and everything about that. We'll be speaking to his client to find out his experience and how the whole thing feels for him. I'm speaking to Vincent Williams. He's Ashenso's client for today. He's getting a long tattoo. Vincent, how are you?
I'm fine.
How many tattoos do you have on your body?
Let's say 6.
6 tattoos.
Yeah.
At what age did you start getting tattoos?
I was in SHS. Let's say
SHS.
senior secondary. 3.
3
Yeah.
in Ghana?
No, in Nigeria.
Okay, and you were allowed to?
No, I wasn't
Or it was
allowed
hidden?
to. It was hidden to, you know.
It wasn't in a part
Yeah.
on a part of your body that could be seen?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was on your arm?
My arm.
I see.
I was hiding it from my mama. Because I was raised
Were you a
by-
day student or a boarder?
I was a day student. I was
Okay.
raised by a single parent.
Okay.
Mama.
Okay. And your mom didn't know about it?
No, she didn't know.
Why?
No, she goes to church. She's a Christian. You know, in the Bible, tattoos.
So she doesn't believe in tattoos?
No.
But she knows now?
Yeah.
And how does she feel about it?
She's telling me to, you know, when I have the time to, should clean it.
To get rid of
To
it?
get rid of it.
But it doesn't make any difference to you?
No.
You're actually getting more. So what's with your love for tattoos? If you have 6, you must be a big fan. Why? Why
No.
did you start getting tattoos in the first place?
I love arts.
Okay.
Secondly, I love tattoos. You know, tattoos are an expression of how you feel.
Okay. So you have 6 tattoos.
Yeah.
What do they represent?
Few represents my mama. Then few represents what I've been through from infant and
Okay. And what are you doing now? The scroll thing.
Yeah,
Why did you decide to get that?
I'm doing a poem for my mother.
For your mother.
Yeah.
Is she going to see it?
Yeah, she'll see it.
Well, this is a woman who doesn't really appreciate tattoos. So how is she going to feel about it?
You know, my mama was about me going to school, finishing my education. So I thought maybe finishing my education and I'm done, like I'm out of home and I'm struggling, you know. She has been through a lot. Even the pains I feel now, it's not even compared to what my mother herself has been through for me. Yeah, I'm actually writing a poem for her.
Would want to know what the tattoo says.
Alright, it says my mother who watched my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed. My mother. That's the first paragraph. When pain and sickness made me cry, who gazed upon my evil eye and wept for fear that I should die? My mother. Who taught my infant lips to pray and love God's holy book and day, and walk in wisdom's pleasant way? My mother. And can I ever cease to be affectionate, kind to thee, who was so very kind to me? My mother. The thought I cannot bear, if God please my life to spare, I hope I shall reward her care. My mother. When thou art feeble, old and grey, my healthy arm shall be thy stay, and I will sort thy pains away. My mother.
6 stanzas.
Yeah.
Who wrote that for you?
No, I don't know how to make her happy. First, I just don't know how to make her happy. I just love her so much that I wish I could express myself in some other way, but I think tattoo is the best way of expressing myself.
So who wrote the poem for you? You wrote it yourself?
Yeah, I wrote it myself. I just added it up. I added 1 or 2 things and I printed it out. Yeah, my thoughts.
I see. Okay, but the needle on your skin, can you literally describe how that feels?
Okay, it's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain, though I'm not bleeding, because I know how it feels too.
I see. Your first needle work was in SHS
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
How did that feel like? Obviously, you weren't as cool as
this. It was so painful. I did the first 3 letters and I told the guy I wasn't doing it again, like I'm tired. Because I was really feeling pains all over.
Okay. And so you decided you weren't going to do it again, but then you came back to it.
So I decided I wasn't going to do it again, but after 2 weeks, I went back again to finish it up with the mind. My mind was made up to finish it up.
So it means that the more you did it, the more you
I get used to the pain.
Okay. Okay. And is this going to be your very last tattoo, or you intend to paint your whole body?
No, I got one more, and that's a face. Still my back.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Vincent, for sharing your experience with us. And that's the tattoo experience from a client's perspective. We'll go back to the drawing board. Ashenso will still do his artwork, and then we continue the conversation. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. And our artwork, I don't know if it's ready or not, but he is the best person to tell us. So let's find out.
What I'm going to say will affect everybody.
How?
But I don't take it personal. I'm just, yeah. All right.
So what do we have? Are you done? Like, is this?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is this the final
This is
word?
my short story.
Okay. What is this?
What I'm trying to say is that Africa is empty.
Africa is empty.
Yes.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Why though?
Yeah, because everybody is striving to travel somewhere for greener pastures of all the resources and materials, raw materials that we have. Everybody's leaving Africa, right? And those that left long time ago, now they want to come, right? But they are dragging their feet. Why? Because we show them some kind of attitude that make them even feel like, oh, okay, why don't I stay where I am?
Okay.
You understand?
That's why we have the
That's why you can see these people trying to come.
Okay.
But they're dragging their feet.
That's the brown part of
Yes,
the African
but
map.
this side is empty.
And then the black star in there.
The artist that did it comes from Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, so this represents where I'm from, the origin of the painting. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
And you did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
Why is she standing and watching Africa?
Because actually this is where she's from. This is where I think is going to punch you a little bit. But
so
how
she
the
represents
Africa.
An African.
She is Africa.
Okay.
Africa is a woman.
And she's looking at her.
Yes, she's looking at how lonely her place is looking now. Why? Because he just came back to his senses, realizing that I traded a whole lot of things for the white, just to be like them, but I wasn't accepted.
Oh. Okay.
So she looks back home and there's nobody. She's lonely. And she asks herself, until when will my sisters also recognize or come back to their senses like I have?
Wait, when we started this painting, you had no idea what you were doing?
No.
So all of a sudden I
have a story to tell.
Wow.
So what I told you about fragments of images that is captured in our minds because we go out there or we watch TV, we listen to radio conversations, and these are the little things that we pick. And so the moment you pick your brush, you might not know what you're doing, but in the course, all these thoughts starts to play. And so you direct it to where that makes sense to you.
Okay.
So this is what made sense to me.
Right. Let's still continue with the conversation. Does art always have to make sense?
Not really.
So
it's just like music. Music doesn't always have to sound good. Sometimes you just have to pick one or two from it and you're okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily have to make you so enthused about just one or two things from it.
You know, I'm asking this because sometimes you see some paintings and it's just like a splash of colors and you can't really make sense of what is happening in there.
So you try and make sense. That's the beauty of it. You connect the dots. That's the beauty of it. Because everything that's here has a meaning.
Okay.
Blue, which represents a queen. Red is the strongest or hottest color among all the colors, and from every distance you can be able to point out red. It makes your heart beat at a certain degrees. You understand? These colors are used to represent the woman because this is like a skin.
Okay.
These are our brown and our black skin.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah.
How do creators make art meaningful such that people don't find it boring?
There are no rules to art. So the way I felt before creating it, you might not feel the same at a point in time.
Okay.
But circumstances will make you also feel the way it is, maybe with time. Or you have to be in a certain mood to appreciate art better. It's like you can't be in the Holy Ghost mood and listen to Stakeholder. You understand?
Yeah.
So same way you can't be in a certain mood to want to appreciate art.
Okay. There's technology all around us today. How do you as an artist merge that with your work?
It helps in publicity quickly. But aside that, I don't want to do prints.
Okay.
Because then it limits my talent. It gives me a border around me. But my brains are my brain is like the universe, right? Yeah. So I can't be limited in a certain circle called technology. Yeah.
Who is this one person you'd really, really want to show your work to?
You hear my slogan before?
What's your slogan?
I am not an artist, art is me.
Okay.
So there's nobody.
Nobody. So you just want to see your work
Yes.
by yourself and that's it?
There's nobody.
Right. Okay. And in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned some celebrities you've worked on. Can you give us a few of them?
I painted Idris Elba. And I painted Sarkodie, Jocelyn Dumas, Wahima Messi, Sonny Badu. Who again? A whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you painted Stone Boy yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I painted Stone. Thanks for the reminder. Like you go vex so.
Right. Okay. And have you ever thought of opening a gallery where you can show your
works, yeah.
for people to just come in?
Especially works
see.
like this one. Okay. This is actually my signature piece. This is the Ashenso. So whenever you see patterns like this and with the multicolored stuff, that is Ashenso. That's my signature. And this is an elephant, a lion, and an eagle.
Okay.
And in that sequence, they all have a story and the reason why they came first, second, and third.
Okay.
Now the elephant, that's supposed to be the biggest animal in the jungle, but he still couldn't have been the king of the jungle. So it's not about size or strength, right? Now the lion, the elephant is like how many times bigger than the lion, but the lion became the king of the jungle. Now the eagle says to the lion, you can be the king of the jungle, but I share therein whatever that you have with you, because I feed from your jungle. But upon these mountains where I live, you can't reach. So this becomes knowledge, wisdom, and intuition. Knowledge is the acquisition of information, data, and everything, so that you become knowledgeable when you talk like, hey, guy not bro, that kind of. But wisdom is the accumulation of knowledge, where you become discerning. When you speak, even kings would have to listen. But it doesn't end there. Intuition is the ego who says, upon this mountain I live, you can't share here with me, but I share with you your jungle. And that is God.
And when was this done?
I think 2-3 years ago.
What was the inspiration?
I was just lonely.
Again?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like loneliness brings out the best in you.
All the time. Okay. When I'm alone, my mind goes wild.
Have you had a low point since you started your work as an artist?
Yes, I have.
What was that one time?
I painted one celebrity. Okay, this is years ago, so now I believe what she said, because then I couldn't have been that good that time. And so I painted a celebrity. I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time she just busted out of anger. I was like, can I speak to you?
Yes, of course.
And she was like, I will draw you no crime, but who I know more Johnny, so what?
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why though?
She doesn't like it. That's why she doesn't want to pay, but she couldn't say it.
And that hit you? Extremely,
because she was a gospel musician. So if anything, I thought she should have been Holy Ghostic about it, like, you know you are good, right? But sometimes, yeah, but if you throw it in my face like, I painted some cockroach, Charlie. Okay. So that killed the vibe, but again, it became a certain kind of motivation. Yeah.
Okay. And in Ghana, the art industry, you mentioned earlier that people don't encourage art in Ghana. How do you think that narrative can change? What do you think we are not doing right?
Okay, what can change is that we that are out of school and already in the system, there's nothing that they can do about us, because now we know our ways and means. So if anything can change, we should go back to the grassroots, which is the schools. People or the students that are offering visual art. Let's give them back that confidence that, when you're studying visual art doesn't make you a criminal. Because that's how they come out to be, right? Because they don't protect them. They don't teach them. They don't give them no guidance. Like, oh, you have the talent, it's talent. So your talent has to be guided. Talent which is not guided becomes something else. You understand? So if we go back to the schools and give them that encouragement and give them a reason to even sit up and study it more and become like, then you start to mention our names. Then you start to make us relevant. I speak to my friend and I asked, the last person we heard of was Kwame Nkrumah. People have been dying, right? Do we see, what's his name? Atemios, like his lifetime, whatever, in books that people are learning in school? No.
Yeah.
No. You understand that? So they stopped recording history. So after Kwame Nkrumah, nobody is relevant. But like what I said, if you go back into the schools, before you can mention us, before you can mention Ashenso, Mo, Brightakwe, before you can mention these names, there should be something written about them, because it just shouldn't be a weird say. If you tell me, I'll forget. But if I'm studying about them and we write exams on them, like we write exams on Kwame Nkrumah, when did Kwame Nkrumah said forward ever, backwards never? It's a question that they ask. So will they one day ask, When did Ashanso paint Adebayo? So Ashanso is dead. You understand? So they've stopped recording history. So when we go back into the schools and give them this, set up their art studios, make them feel proud of themselves of being a visual art student, than to be teasing them that they also work late.
Why did someone say that to you?
Oh, but the visual art student.
No, you said it like.
Yeah, let's say you work late. You can work late to make flower pots and stuff.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but work late. Perform one, you'll be pounding clay for your seniors. You even sleep. See?
Anyway, you mentioned Mo and others. Those are people you work with?
Yeah, they are top artists in Ghana.
And their names again?
Mo Audu, Bright Akwe, come to mind. Okay, these people I flow with a lot. And these people are even bigger than me.
Okay. And you also do graffiti. We haven't spoken about all of that.
I do graffiti.
Just tell me a little bit about the graffiti art you do.
Graffiti is a bit more intricate than this, because that one, it's like you are controlling the air, like you're almost an airbender. How you control the cans to make images, and that one you do it on walls, and graffiti comes under murals. Artwork is done on walls. Yes.
Okay. How often do you do that compared to the painting?
It comes hand in hand.
Okay. We are wrapping up now.
Yeah.
So just let people know where to find you, how to get your artworks, to patronize what you do.
Okay. Once again, my name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen, popularly known as Ashanso, and I have my studio at Adenta Fafraha behind the new Malcolm. And then you can find me on the social media platforms like Instagram, Ashanso_GH, or on Facebook, Anthony Jefferson Hansen, Twitter, Ashanso Tattoo. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For sharing your story and for giving us this beautiful story behind the art.
Yes.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so you heard his story, very interesting conversation. He says, Ghanaians, Mompe arts, you are not patronizing them. So let's do better. He's already shared his social media handles. Find him there and let's buy some art. Let's appreciate art and let's push the people who are doing this great work forward. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Stay safe and take care.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak their part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
maybe Martin can educate us, allows for such a scenario where you have on one concession, you have both large-scale mining and small-scale mining. But history tells us that, working together with small-scale miners, large-scale mining companies, working together with small-scale miners in partnership on a single concession can be problematic. Mining companies in the past have tried generously asking small-scale miners to work on parts of their concession, where probably based on the type of mineralization they think that would be okay for small-scale miners, but it has not worked well. And therefore, mining companies generally are quite skeptical about such a relationship. In a particular scenario years ago, the model was what we call live and let's live. And those who have the history would remember when the small-scale miners exhausted the ore which has been allocated to them by the mining firm, they practically run on the mine of the large-scale mining companies. And therefore, it becomes quite a challenge for large-scale mining companies since that incident to actually cohabit with small-scale miners. But we also know that in the recent past, some mining companies have decided, based upon their own assessments of the concessions, they have their own business cases, to relinquish portions of their concessions for small-scale mining. We know the situation of Obuasi. I think Goldfields has also done some recently. So where the business case supports that, I'm sure mining companies will willingly relinquish. But of course, we always want to be sure that the safeguards are there. The safeguards prescribed by law, the responsibility for rehabilitation and so on and so forth are clearly understood. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. The Media Commission, you spoke about lack of sensitization. So what is your outfit doing to sensitize people, the people of Ghana, on the hazards of illegal small-scale mining?
When you look at April 2017, when the coalition was formed, we came out with a timetable. Phase 1 of the timetable involves town hall meetings. We combed around the countryside to the mining regions, specifically Upper East, where we had a town hall meeting. Of course, the traditional rulers, the queen mothers, the youth, security agents were very cooperative. Now we went to Wichau in the Upper West region. We went to Boli in the Savannah region. Then to Kenyase in the Hafo region. To Wasa Ekropong in the Western North region. Chebi in the Eastern region. And Dumpa on Ofin in the Central region. So far, these are efforts that we put in place with regards to the sensitization exercise. And we believe that it was highly successful. Now, looking at the content analysis of newspapers since 2017, all of you can bear us out that our reporters did a lot of reportage on the mining sub. I'm not saying that previously nothing was done by the media on the mining subsector, but with effect from April 2017, since the coalition was formed. So these are efforts that we put in place. But then we should also ask ourselves, that's what happened. Because we were supposed to move into the second phase, which involves the touring of all the mining districts. But due to lack of funding support,
The people who are involved in illegal mining. Aside that, we've been also collaborating with some organizations, international organizations like ILO. We go around, we educate mining, the miners and the communities where mining goes on against, what do you call it? No, child, labor, and then the illegality. And a typical example is even our task force. Our task force did a human job, especially on the water bodies, which is on record. So, as an association, this is exactly what we were set up to do. And as a matter of fact, it's the Mineral Commission who gave birth to us. So, whatever their policies, we are also an implementing agency. That's why we have been always saying that there should be a conscious and deliberate governmental effort to resource us. We need money, like the cars and everything, to move around. Our in-place are on the grounds. We can also go and MIF, the Mineral Income Investment Fund, they should also look at us. I'm happy parliamentarians are here, and it's an appeal to them that they should refine some of these laws so that the association will be resourced to be able to offer education to the people, even the illegal miners, to come on board to do the proper thing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are part of the ecosystem, and the responsible way of managing the environment should be of interest to all of us. Because, like it is said, the depopulation of the environment is a sure way for the extinction of the human race. It takes a lot of money these days to treat our water. Our trees are being cut down with careless abandon. And the galamsey sites are a security threat to areas where galamsey activities take place. It is now time for us to hear from you. What, in your view, small-scale mining in this country? So the floor is open. I think we are in 4 rows. So I see 2 people here. The lady, can you give her a mic?
All of a sudden, within the space of 3 months, 50 Chinese mining companies encompassed him, and he had to flee. My question is, why are Chinese miners allowed to mine with abandonment here in Ghana when we are not allowed to even have business in China? Explain this to me like I'm a 6-year-old. Thank you.
So her question is simple, and I'm sure you are listening. Why are Chinese, or in fact, in order not to be accused of being xenophobic, why are foreigners allowed to mine in the small-scale sector? Yes. Joy.
I speak not as a politician, but as someone who has worked within the mining industry right from 1994. And then in 1996, I was a board member of Anglo Gold Ashanti. What I want to say is that if today we have the likes of Erica Subontin,
can you ask your question?
Yes,
because
it's
we are opening within 10 minutes.
Yes, it's a question that I want to arrive at. The point that I want to make is that if we have Ghanaians mining the large-scale mining industry, nobody can tell me that we cannot mine responsibly the small-scale mining industry.
Yes, that's true.
The first thing that I would want to say is that we should not deceive Ghanaians. Whenever we see a Chinese mine mining on Ghana,
whenever we see a foreigner,
or a foreigner, this is a concession owner. We've never owned up any concession owner in Ghana. Who are they? They are the politicians. They are those that we do not want to mention. And we go about deceiving.
The president has challenged you to be bold.
Yes, that is why we want to be bold. And so if we really want the solution, let's start naming and shaming the concession owners. The poor Chinese man, the poor foreigner over there, the poor Togolese over there, he doesn't own that.
Yes, I agree with you.
We reduce the problem of the small-scale mining into two. First is the technical capacity building. And second is the financial capacity building. These are two. Our Chamber of Mines was talking about the fact that some of the mining, the large-scale mines, relegated some of the concession to the small-scale mining. It became a problem. Yes, it became a problem because when they gave out those concessions to these small-scale mining, they never helped them financially or technically. Now, just as Erica Subontin mentioned over here, that mining is a science and engineering. It can kill us, it can create wealth. Just last year, if what I read is right, the gold that was mined from Ghana in 2020 was 140 million kilos. Calculate that with the current gold price of 56,000. Let me use that one. We are talking about $7.8 trillion. So where is the money? Where is that money? And how is that money helping Ghanaians? Multiply that by the small-scale mine, which is 0.35%. That is 49 million kilos of gold. Where is that money? And so we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Just last 4 years.
So what do
my
you
solution,
suggest?
my
What do you
solution,
suggest?
my solution
Yes.
is that we've given out this solution. But
Yes,
over there
we
knows
want,
that
the whole
that
public
solution
wants
is
to
that
benefit from your solution.
let the government support the small-scale mines to operate as a business entity. And we made a presentation to say that we were willing to bring in $4 billion to help our own people for them to mine responsibly. And it was thrown overboard.
Okay.
The time, if we really want to solve it, let's solve it.
Suggestion is simply that small-scale miners must operate a business model. Yes.
Honorable Minister, thank you for the opportunity given. Honorable Minister, I would like to start on the note of what? A proverb. And it says, before you know who you are and where you are going, you must know from where you come. The question we stakeholders must ask ourselves, where are we coming from? Where are we going? And for that matter, who are we? I think the answer lies in the books of books. And I quote, then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a human being. At the end of the day, we say dust to dust, earth to earth. As we are here, we are land. Technically speaking and spiritually speaking, we are land. We are dealing basically with two things: institutional culture and institutional structures.
Can you zero in
please,
on
I'll
small-scale
zero
mining?
in.
Can you zero in?
I'll zero in to a commandment. When Moses descended from Mount Sinai, he gave Israelis 11 commandments, but he gave 10 commandments, but there's 11th commandment, and I'll quote that commandment in Exodus 2 for us to be focused on what you are doing.
Okay.
The commandment: thou shalt inherit the holy earth as a faithful steward, conserving its resources and productivity from generation to generation. Thou shalt safeguard thy fields from soil erosion, thy living waters from drying up, thy mountains or thy forests from desolation, and thy hills from overcrowding by the fields. If any shall fail in this stewardship of the land, thy fruitful fields shall become sterile stoning grounds, and thy descendants shall live in poverty or perish off the surface of the earth.
This
That
is prophetic
good governance.
This is a prophetic
Are
revelation.
we practicing good governance?
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay, so I see that 4 people are in the queue. Can you make it snappy? Because I've been told that the time is up.
Okay.
We are out of time, yes.
Okay.
The good news is we have 4 amazing presentations that would really flesh out all the issues from this preliminary discussion.
Very
So
well.
please save your questions. The responses and your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much.
We cannot.
All right.
We cannot. Apart from that person, we cannot take any other person.
Thank you for the privilege, sir. My contribution is towards exploration being the cardinal requirement for a successful small-scale mining. I'm Raymond Kujau, the Vice President of Accra Mining Network. And that is nailed by this Chamber of Mines. We have a geological survey that needs money to do the exploration, but we have a bogus law that ties their hand and they can't generate the funds to do the exploration themselves. Why do I say that? I think I have gotten your attention because you are a lawyer yourself. But the law that established the Geological Survey Authority ties the Geological Survey Authority's hand. When they even look for money to do the exploration, everything goes back to either the Minerals Commission or the Petroleum Commission. We need to look at that so that the Geological Survey is well resourced to be able to do the exploration. And this model is what is practiced in Australia, and that's just mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are just about 2 or 3 questions, but I'll give you, the 2 of you, I'll give you an opportunity to answer directly to those questions. The first one, the acting Chief Executive of the Minerals Commission. The first question was, why do we allow? We know that small-scale mining is an exclusive activity reserved for Ghanaians. We know that. So why is there this prevalence of on small-scale mining sites of foreigners with careless abandon? Minerals Commission.
We are not enforcing our law. Let me put this on record. We at Minerals Commission have data on every illegal site where mining activities is carried out in Ghana. I'm saying that, yes, I'm telling you, and I'm coming to that. I'm saying Minerals Commission has the records, full records of every area where mining activities are being carried out illegally. Now, how do we get that data? Our district officers go around virtually every day. They map up all the areas, we know the locations, we know the GS and all the districts, we have all that. I'm just about sending them even now to the regional ministers. Now, this is what happens. The moment we pick the site, the first person to be informed is the district chief executive. Every district chief executive in Ghana where illegal mining activity is going on is aware of this. Yes, that's what we do. That's our job. Sometimes yes, that's our job. Yes.
I agree with you on that.
That's one. Every DC is informed by the DC chief of it, and then I'm copied at the head office. Sometimes we send reminders. Then the next thing he does is that he goes to the DC, he goes to the district police commander and says, I have found 50 Chinese or Ghanaians or whatever nationality doing illegal activities here. Can you help me to go and arrest them? I'm not here for blame gaming, but you see, that's where my job ends. My duty as Minerals Committee is that I've gone around, I've seen some illegal side, I've informed the security agencies that help me to go and arrest them. Some of them do it, some of them don't do anything. There are instances where my officers have been told, Madam Fo, we cannot do anything, you can go and arrest them if you want to arrest them. I don't have the, I wish I have the power to go and arrest all those Chinese and put them in jail. That's one. And then two, where arrests are made and the people walk free. Where arrests are made and the people walk free. And then they come back to the site. My district officer becomes a laughing stock. And these days they are armed. They are well armed. So a Minerals Commission district officer at Takwa, at Bibiani, who has no arms, he has no power to carry arms, has found an illegal site, he has informed the police, he has informed the DC chief executive, and he does nothing. You can't blame us. That is not to say we don't have a fair share of the blame game. For instance, I don't understand why it should take a small-scale miner 6 months, 3 months to get a license. We should be able to do that in a week or two. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. I, we have been told that if you want to regulate small-scale mining and make illegal small-scale mining unattractive, you must run small-scale mining as a business. So it must have a model. You are the head of the technical committee. What are you doing to transition small-scale miners into a business model that will be sustainable and rewarding?
Thank you very much. I guess government has been pursuing this agenda for quite a while, understanding that on the one hand, it ought to be run as a business. On the other hand, there are Ghanaians who cannot simply get involved in mining if you want to run small-scale mining strictly as a business case. And that's where government has come in to try to support in terms of exploration, even in terms of support in cash and kind, in terms of equipment to be able to carry out activity and so on. Unfortunately, this hasn't worked very well. So there is a proposal to bring on board a new concept of community mining, getting communities involved as much as possible in what is promoted by the Minerals Commission local office in terms of technical capacity and all that. But then there is a need to get private sector involvement in terms of funding, because funding is critical to be able to run any mine. It's not like selling a few things on a table. As has been said by the chamber and others, mining requires technical capacity. It requires a lot of capital, even if done on an artisanal basis. So government is welcoming all Ghanaians interested in the mining business, not to get in it illegally, but talk to Minerals Commission. Mr. AC, you can see he's very passionate. He's interested in meeting people who are willing to get into the sector and do the right thing. And he is ready to partner those who don't have the technical capacity with those who have the technical capacity to be able to run it as a business in the formal sector, so that you do it responsibly, but at the same time contribute your quota to national development.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from our panelists, our discussants. Obviously, there is more to say, but time is very limited. But the conversation continues. After this discussion, there's going to be another panel. And that panel will answer to those questions. I see them saying that a chief wants to stop. But chief, there will be a next panel. There will be a next panel. And the question... here and there. The next issue is that I want to remind all of you that even though the mineral is vested in His Excellency the President, the land belongs to SUS. And in all your regulatory policies, no chief is involved in enforcing the laws. So we are happy about that. And from time to time, we blame the man for getting involved in the activity here and there. And that's why it's about the involvement of politicians. I am happy the gentleman from Minerals Commission is talking about reporting to the various district chief executives. Precisely when the party chairman is involved, the constituency, the regional, what happens? Ministers are involved. And then my last point is, when you refer to small-scale mining, which people are you referring to? What about the Ghanaians who go to Minerals Commission, the ministry, and other areas, Forestry Commission, to ask to do exploration in the forest reserves? Do they come under the small-scale mining? If they don't, they go there to do exploration. Are they doing exploration? They are destroying the environment. And as long as we have these people destroying the environment, the village boys and girls will also go to the land and do what is not expected of them to do. Thank you very much.
No. The matter is established. Mr. Chair, this was supposed to have just been a discussion of experiences and challenges and successes. My parents, my fathers and mothers, the next 4 presentations are going to actually detail the various issues from all that has been discussed. That is where we'll get to the heart of the matter. So, Mr. Chair, it falls to you to just wrap up and close so that we'll get into the meat and potatoes. Thank you.
I think that the interesting and good thing is that a lot of excitement has been generated in this consultative forum. And I see many people want to talk because this issue touches and concerns everybody, no matter where you are. Even if you are living in Accra, mind you, the fish that you might buy might have ingested articles that contain mercury. You are not at the mining site, but you will be eating fish that is contaminated, and that can compromise your health. So it affects all of us. All of us are involved. I have said, as a former minister and as a former member of parliament, I have said time and again that the performance Forest Commission, Minerals Commission, the performance of DCEs must have one KPI, key performance indicator, the ability of the DCE to root out illegal small-scale mining. Because there is no land in this country that is not owned, and no DCE or regional minister can tell me that he doesn't know of the prevalence of illegal small-scale mining in his region or district. So why do we have it? Is it because of the political interference? Is it because, like JOY says, the concessions are for politicians? Why do we have it? Why is it impossible? Yes, Nana, you have surface rights. And so when the land is granted, you are entitled to rent on the land. That's what the Constitution says. That's why, and royalties when the mineral is obtained. So surface rent and royalties for the minerals. And so until the mineral comes out of the ground, you don't get that royalty. But the land where it is granted, you get rights. And I know, as a matter of fact, because royalty payments have delayed unnecessarily, sometimes the chiefs, because they have to perform their chiefly responsibilities, are compromised. So please, this is a discussion. And we have been challenged to be bold, to say it as it is, to get a solution. Somebody came out here and quoted the Bible. I agree entirely with him. We must respect the environment. It is only when we respect the environment that we will know that it is unacceptable to despoil it, because our existence is premised on the environment.
We shouldn't let greed, avarice, cut short our pursuit of happiness. If we do so, all of us will suffer the consequences. The discussion has just opened, and I thank you so very much for your attention, and I urge you to give the discussions an applause, a hand of clap.
Our chairperson, the Honorable Inusef Hussaini, a former Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And so a group photograph in front while we reconfigure the set for the next panel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, coming up, 4 amazing presentations which will speak to various topical issues from this preliminary discussion. I please ask that you note down your questions, and when it's time for interaction, just shoot straight to the issues, no embellishments, so that we can make the most of the time we have here. The next session will be for 20 minutes. It will have a presentation and 10 minutes for interaction with you, our audience. Let's take this up. Let's take this off, just the middle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up for the next session the Honorable Henry Kwabena Kokofu is the Executive Director of the EPA and the Chair for this plenary, the Reverend Dr. Joyce I, a former CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. They are yours for the applause, please. Madam Chair, your opening remarks, and then the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. And dignitaries, ministers, former ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, heads of political parties. We have this rare opportunity to find solutions to what we all know to be problems facing us. And my desire is that we will focus on finding the solutions so that we'll be able to manage this beautiful country well, using the resources that we have been given. Because the time is short, I will be a quiet chair and allow the speaker to tell us some of the ways in which we can deal with environmental issues. You can see the presentations on mining and preservation of the environment. I'm sorry, I would rather we use protection, because preservation gives the impression that we are not going to touch it. But protection is what we're going to talk about, because we will touch the environment, but we can manage the environment very well. Honorable Henry Kwabena Kokofu, Executive Director of EPA, the floor is entirely yours. I know our moderator is very strict, so please keep to your time before he comes to tell you to stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. We are from EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and it is an agency created by Act of Parliament, Act 490 of 1994. And the operational law or regulations has to do with the Environmental Assessment Regulations of 1999, LI 1652, Regulation 3.1 going to Regulation 4. We just did a small thing looking at the general theme. And we said at EPA, we are going to look at protecting and safeguarding the environment in the area of small-scale mining in Ghana, the role of Environmental Protection Agency. So, Madam Lady, I think we are right there, as you wanted it. Yes. There are a lot that we know. By way of going through the outline, introduction and few definitions, you look at the legal regimes that are violated by illegal mining activities, the adverse impacts of illegal mining, human resource, environment, and the socioeconomic. Then we get to the challenges of regulating small-scale mining, then strategies to address challenges, and then conclusion. And if I got the remarks by my chair lady right, she's more interested in how we're going to mitigate and do away with the illegal mining. So some of these things are there already that we do know, that Ghana, we are rich globally, and now we are being told that we are the first gold producers in Africa. We've overtaken South Africa. And the question is, do we have anything to show except that our environment has been degraded? And so we are. Move on. We will interchange artisanal small-scale mining with the small-scale mining proper because it has been the case as it is. We want to, as a small exercise, define environment, what it is. What are we saying when we talk about environment? It's understood as the whole set of natural or by physical and man-made or socio-cultural systems in which man and other organisms live, work, and interact. And the source is Ghana EIA Procedures 1995. Again, it says in Ghana here, we use the environment to include natural resources, socio-cultural and economic conditions and the institutional conditions in which decisions are made. That's the SE of GPRS 2004. The biophysical environment connotes the renewables and the non-renewables. And here, talking about gold mining, we're talking about non-renewable natural resource. And it's finite. It's something that cannot regenerate itself. So the exploitation of it comes in its wake, the disturbance of the natural ecosystem, where the renewables do suffer. And if they suffer to a point where they cannot self-regenerate, that is where we talk about degradation. And then we need man's intervention to restore it to normalcy. Standing accused today is the small-scale mining industry. And so what does Mineral and Mining Act talks about small-scale mining? It says operation means mining over an area of land in accordance with the number of blocks, which is 25 acres and has a duration of 5 years and renewable upon satisfactory performance during the first term. That's basically what the law says about small-scale mining activity. And it's interesting to note that artisanal small-scale mining started as far back as 15th century. And it was the Europeans that introduced large-scale mining and in the process abolished ASM with the passage of the Mercury Law in 1933, according to Darmani and Akabasi, 2001. So the small-scale mining was abolished in 1933. So for 56 years, small-scale mining was done underground. So that gives birth to the illegality of small-scale mining in this country. For 56 years, we were down there. Illegal mining. According to the Interministerial Committee on Illegal mining licensed by the appropriate state regulatory institutions and have negative effects on the environment. And appropriate state institutions, EPA is paramount in there. So we're saying that illegal mining that we all know to be galamsey, we know how they operate, the modus operandi. We know how they go about their duties. It's unplanned, nothing you can see. Madam Chair Lady, for us to appreciate and understand the enormity of the problem and the challenges ahead, I think we will have to look at the national policies that illegal activities are impinging on. One, forest reserves, for example, Subri, Apamprama, Odo River, etc., are being mined with impunity. There are major rivers, Bonsa, Birim, Pra, Ankobra, Tano, Ofin, etc., also being mined. Arable lands that produces foods and cash crops are also being mined. Ladies and gentlemen, we at EPA have plotted hotspots that we'll be looking at critically going forward as to ways of dealing with this galamsey menace. And this may not, what we have is not exhaustive yet, we're still on. When you take the western region, Takwa and Suaim, Amenfi East, Christia Oni Valley, Ashanti, we have Achimampunia, Amansia West, Eastern Atiwa East and Atiwa West. Upper East, we have Talensi, and we're still counting. We may have to look at some of the devastations that have occurred by way of contravening the forest and wildlife policy of 2012. These are some of the things that we see here. There are also major rivers, Ankobra, Tano, and Co., that the effects contravenes the National Water Policy 2007 and riparian buffer zone policy. These are also there for us to see. Likewise, the arable lands and all that. When you get to some of the hotspots, what you see is the next slide. These things are there, we all know. Then we come to legal regimes that have been violated. First and foremost, has to do with the 1992 Constitution, Article 36(9). And with your permission, I may read. The state shall take appropriate measures needed to protect and safeguard the national environment for posterity, and shall seek cooperation with other states and bodies for purposes of protecting the wider international environment for mankind. So the question is, have we done so? If done, we wouldn't have been here. So we violated that one. More importantly, has to do with Article 41K, and simply says, citizens of Ghana are enjoined to protect and safeguard the environment. We haven't done. There are other legal provisions out there. As for the adverse impacts of illegal mining, we are all aware, particularly with our forest enclave and the water bodies and all that. Now, the question why we are here and all that is, what can we do? We at EPA are looking at formalization of the sector. And the panel members were of the view that there is a need to actually formalize the sector. And in trying to do so, there have been a lot of impediments and challenges. And so, the next slide. And so, there was a bold attempt in 1989 by the PNDC government to bring back small-scale mining. And that one, laws were enacted to that effect. One was the Mercury Law, PNDC Law 217 of 1989. That law allowed for the use of mercury in a controlled manner or a managed manner for the use of small-scale mining, as well as artisanal and all that. Then Precious Mineral Marketing Corporation Law, PNDC Law 219, 1989. And then the Small Scale Mining Law, PNDC Law 218, 1989. And this effectively brought the transition from artisanal mining to small-scale mining to completion. It no more was for artisanal, but rather for small-scale, and that was quite commercialized. So it became a commercial activity. Now, so the regulations, as per se, were in place. The minerals law itself was there. EPA regulations were there, but there were challenges, and the challenges are still with us. So if we can move forward, we have got to paint the challenges in our faces and then boldly say we're going to address them. One, political interference and involvement by some high-profile figures, including religious leaders, technocrats, and security personnel. Then two, we look at institutional weaknesses, particularly our own EPA, until recently, 2020, when His Excellency the President gave green light to recruit some more. EPA worldwide had a staff strength of 380, and EPA was limited to the regions without having officers down there in the districts and all that. And we do know that these activities are down there at the districts and the local areas. EPA, with this limited staff strength, also had issues of logistics, issues of capacity building for the officers and all that. Let me say that in the eyes of all that, EPA tried to do its best and tried to collaborate and cooperate with other agencies to ensure that we have a very good governance system so far as environmental protection is concerned. But yet, there were a lot to be done. Then we say lack of enforcement to ensure compliance with existing laws by security agencies and to some extent the judiciary, appreciation of the environmental laws and all that. So that one also is a challenge. Then, with due respect, Nananum, the connivance of some of our Nananum and opinion leaders with these illegal operators. Then, very important, that is to the heart of the issue, and that one, Article 41K that I said. It has to do with citizens' poor attitude and lack of appreciation towards the biophysical environment. We do not as a people appreciate the importance of the environment, particularly when it comes to exploitation and all manner of things. We are caught in the web of nobody's land, nobody's property. The tragedy of the commons, where we've been thinking of natural resources as being infinite. It cannot end, it cannot get finished. So we had been living in the cornucopian era where the world has moved on far, far long ago to the era of protectionism and conservationism. We here in Ghana are still living in the era of cornucopianism. The forest is there. Let us use it. It will never get to an end. The gold is there. Let us exploit it. It will never get finished. It's God sent. God gave it to us. He gave it to us to be used. So with these mentalities, we do not appreciate the environment and how to protect it. Then another interesting thing, ladies, is resource allocation mechanism. Who gets what? Who is entitled to the small-scale mining block, the 25 acres? That is what brought in the so-called protocol allocations and all that. And we have identified that. So the issue here is administrative versus competitive bidding. Administratively, we are allocating these resources to people as against bidding processes. Addressing the strategies, addressing the challenges. We're saying the political will and commitment in fighting the menace as demonstrated should be there. We should emulate the President's demonstration, His Excellency's demonstration and his passion to fight this. Then institutional capacity, interagency collaboration between EPA, Minerals Commission, Water Resources, Forestry Commission. We have a common platform that we do work, but very much limited to forested areas. We will have to move up and scale up our efforts. Then recruitment and training of staff on mining issues. At EPA, we'll be going back to the finance minister, ask for some more clearance so we can recruit some more people and then put them down there. The institutional capacity building also involve going down there, decentralizing our operations to the districts and all that. We also be advocating for licensing regimes to be looked at properly, turning around time. And then we use the degraded land, we use reclamation of the degraded land and the restoration of the water bodies to create jobs and opportunities for the people down there. Once we're able to do that, half of the problem could be solved. Then we operationalize the Minamata Convention on Mercury. There are other more, but with time, let me conclude, Madam Chairlady. We're saying that the first attempt to stifle small-scale mining was done by the colonial masters in 1993, and that is the genesis, or was the genesis of illegalities. We're saying that there was an attempt, a bold attempt to legalize and formalize this sector way back in 1989. So what has happened that as at now we've not been able to do? There was a second attempt in 2017 by the sitting president, the current government, and that one has given birth to this consultative thing. We're saying that ASM is a preserve of citizens and must be enforced. That law must be enforced. Then we say review of policy on mining support services provision. That is a way, it's a conduit where foreigners find themselves in there. And then genuine ASM concessionaires who operate must have access to credit and at affordable rates. Now it says access to equipment and machinery appropriate for only ASM operators. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Honorable, we have opportunity, unfortunately, for only a few comments. I will play the role of going by, we have about 4.5 rows. So let me start with the half row over there. Is there anybody that way who would like to say something, which gives us 4? Half row over there. Otherwise, I come to this row where a lot of Nananom are. There's one. Okay. With all due respect, please go straight to the point. Very straight to the point. And if possible, provide a solution, if possible. Your question, of course, can also lead to a...
Chairman.
Thank you.
My problem is with the title of the conference.
Okay.
It seems we are overemphasizing small scale, but the landform which contains the gold is left out. And we are also dancing around legal and illegal. But the practical Ghanaian does not know the difference. when it comes to profit. So I would suggest that from now on, the small-scale mining should be annexed to the landform system. We have the alluvium, then we have the colluvium, then in between. These are all related to the river. And why I'm saying so is when it comes to the rivers, I think the stools and the skins of our chiefs have close spiritual connection. So the more we destroy, the more they themselves will have the responsibility when they die of reporting their stewardship. And they know that. Then they will hold the government responsible for making them die and respond. Just what I'm saying is, henceforth, we must say if it is small-scale mining, it is related to the landform. And the river has taken 50 years to build its bed containing the gold. We are dislodging the rivers to get the gold. That's a big problem.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Please, wait your turn. We are going to the next thing. Yes, please. Yes, please. If it's a chief, would you kindly give him the microphone instead of asking him to go and stand? I don't have any sheep. Jerry, I don't have any sheep to provide.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes, Nana.
My name is Togbe Nakakpo Dugbazan the 8th, representing the Volta Region House of Chiefs.
Thank you, Togbe.
I think the small-scale miner has to be redefined as we are here today.
Okay.
Yes, we have to define them. How do they operate? Where do they operate? What kind of equipment do they use? When we look at these things, then we can move forward. Number 2, to enforce the laws of the small-scale miner, why don't you give power to the local people who know their environment? So that when you give concession to a small-scale miner, if he goes beyond that, the local man knows that he has gone beyond it. And maybe 3, when you send soldiers and policemen to the field, they see them as strangers. They are either antagonistic to them or they pay them money, bribe, to leave them alone. So please, let us look at those areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Togwe. Thank you very much. Thank you, yes. Too many of you over there. So you have to do CCC to determine who is speaking. Yes, all right, lady, come. Every other person, please take it that the lady is speaking on your behalf.
Thank you. I'm Nana from Poma. I'm here not as a politician, but speaking for traditional rulers.
Yes, Nana.
I've looked at all the issues and the concerns, and it baffles me. I can see clearly the solution.
Wonderful.
And I see why we are here, and if we don't change it, we will come back. The problem is clear, Minister. And so we are the traditional rulers. Just as Togwe said, the people, if we don't make it into an all-inclusive something, where the people that would hold responsible for the water and the river is the traditional ruler. I was in Azim just over the weekend, and you can't believe what I saw in terms of the water. Who is responsible for that? How long are we going to talk about this? And how long are we all feel the pain? But if the chief in the area is the one that's going to be held responsible, then clearly he will ensure that everything is done according to whatever regulations that are put in place. So we may have to look at the article that says that all land and everything is vested into the government and therefore to the president, because the land does not belong to the government or the president. The land belongs to the chief. So we all know that they hold it in custody for the members of that area. And clearly, if somebody at Lands Commission or Minerals Commission comes in there with a contract, and I'm a ruler, a chief in that area, or a queen mother, and I'll be sitting there, definitely my boys will go and do it. And we'll find a way of making sure that we make some money from that place. So I think that the clear solution is to recognize that the rulers, the chiefs, are the custodians of the land. And therefore, anything that has to do with money, if you leave them out, it's not going to work. There's going to be this confusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana. I'm sorry. We are working with time. Forgive me. Just look at my age and my hair and forgive me. This row, please. Yes. Forgive me. Today, I may not be your best friend.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My question to the EPA boss is, do you have a policing arm of your outfit? Mm-hmm. And if it's yes, what is the collaboration you have the police force, as we know? And I believe that is a synergy that might want to help. But the first question is, do you have a policing arm at all? And if yes, how do you, put your resources together with the former police service so you have a synergy to ensure that we don't have environmental degradation? Thank you.
Yes. So we'll take the last one, and then you will answer all of them. I hope you've been taking them down. Yes, thank you. Yes, the last place. Yes, I saw you, so you are okay. I'm sorry for the rest of you if your hands are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Honorable Albert Obin, former MP, Pristia Huni Valley.
Yes.
When we came here, a lot has been said about illegal mining, illegal small-scale mining, legal small-scale mining. But I think the emphasis has been on the illegal small-scale mining. But my question is, do the people in our constituencies, are they interested in doing mining illegally? That is the question that we have to ask ourselves. Are they interested to do mining illegally? And my answer is no. No one wants to do mining illegally. But there are a lot of challenges in this sector. And there are many, but I would like to mention only three. And the first one is the access to the land itself. You go to a place like Pristia Huni Valley or even Pristia, and the whole area of Pristia, the land has been taken by large-scale mining. You go to the place, some people have acquired the land for prospecting purposes. For so many years, they are not doing anything on the land, but they have a prospecting license. In this situation, if any young man wants to go into small-scale mining, he goes there, he goes to the Mineral Commission, and they say the land is for the large-scale mining. And because of that, he cannot do anything. The person is also in Pristia. The land belongs to them, and someone from Accra or an expatriate has taken the land. He'll be compelled to find a place to work. Now, the second is also the difficulty, as the Mineral Commissioner CEO said, difficulty in acquiring the license. Sometimes it takes a lot of time. You want to do mining, you go to the Mineral Commission. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. The person is not going to get the license. He is also hungry, and he's compelled to do something. Then the third one is also the cost of acquiring the license. So that because of the cost, the young ones in the rural areas who are into the artisanal small-scale mining find it difficult to get money to even do the license. So with these three, I think, major challenges, I would like the Minerals Commission or even the Minister responsible for mines, that even within the law, when someone holds a land for prospecting purpose, and after the end of the period, and it goes to the Mineral Commission, I think some of the blocks are taken away from that person. So you have to look at that aspect. If you look at, for example, the Tanzanian line, why they will also do this, they wanted to formalize the small-scale mining. I think the ex-president, when he came to power, he took part of the prospecting license, or he took away the prospecting license of some large-scale mining companies who were not doing the mining. He took it away from them and shared it to the small-scale miners. By that way, he was able to formalize the small-scale mining. So if you want to eradicate or to reduce the illegal small-scale mining, these three things must be actually looked into. In fact, I have a lot of suggestions because of the background of my constituency, but I will leave it for other people also to talk. But I would like us to look at these three areas.
Please don't leave them for other people. Please document them and give the issues to the minister or the Minerals Commission.
I've written about 20-page write-up over there looking at small-scale mining.
Oh, I'm just suggesting, yes.
Is
So
it a
please
canker
do
or
it.
prospect? I have it there.
Okay. So please present it so that it can be studied, because we're trying to find solutions. Thank you very much. Without holding brief for the Minerals Commission, I know that the cost for small-scale mining licenses are quite low. I know, but it's something that they can discuss later. This has nothing to do with the environment thing that we're talking about. So, Minerals Commission, take note of the issues raised and address them for the rest of the day. Mr. Minister, former honorable, sorry, yes. Yes, that's good.
Thank you, Lady Chairperson. Let me start with involvement of chiefs. I think it cut across about 2 or 3. Yes, most probably we are asking for enhancement in that arena. For all we know, chiefs are involved in some way. Maybe it's limited.
Nana Ojiahoho says it's not enough, so it's not enhancement. Let's tell the minister that he should look at it. You weren't watching him, I was. He says they are not involved.
Well, Madam, with all respect, at EPA, we will grant your environmental permits only when we are sure and aware that the traditional authorities have consented to. Yes. Indeed, we do carry out consultation down there at the doorsteps of the community with tacit involvement of the traditional authorities. Okay. We do at our level. Yes.
Nana, with all due respect, Nana, these are very emotive issues, so we will note them. Yeah. We will note them because, as the President has said, we must all be committed to doing the kind of mining that is beneficial to Ghanaians, to Ghana, and to generations to come. I think if this is the background of what we're doing, then we'll know. We will note some of these issues because as we go along, we will have to seriously discuss them. Yeah. I know what you do because I know that you do public hearings and so on, but the chiefs are not satisfied. So,
okay. So you up again.
Yes.
And then ensure that is that. On the issue of policy with our outfit, yes, I would say yes and no. Yes, because per the law, the functions, we are to control, manage, enforce, and then ensure compliance. So the moment enforcement and compliance comes in, it becomes a quasi-security agency, sort of.
And then again, somewhere in a section in the law, we are mandated to recruit what we call environmental inspectors. So that may also equate to that. On the basis of that, we are in dialogue with our new minister, and then follow it up with the National Security Minister, that if EPA may be accorded that quasi-security agency status, so that our inspectors can be well backed by the law to enforce some of these environmental crimes. That notwithstanding the collaboration with the security agencies, particularly with the police, the first port of call at any monitoring programs or activities has to do with the local police command. We introduce ourselves and then we ask for their support and services. Sometimes we ask for their, they back us up to do some of these things. So it's something we have got to look at it. Indeed, we've written to almost all the security agencies' heads to have a long-standing collaboration with them on that score. So that is for it. The resources, the taking away of large tracts of land in the name of large-scale operators and all that.
That's for Minerals Commission. So
that's for Minerals Commission.
We'll leave it for them. Yes. All right. So we don't have very much time. And I think that I'd like to wrap up so that the next lot can come. One, I'll mention a few things worthy of our discussion. The first one, as far as the environment is concerned, is that the ecology must be balanced. Every activity of a human being affects ecological balance, and we need to recognize this. I know that in traditional areas, we used to have places where you couldn't visit, and it was for really environmental protection. There are things that we need to go back to our chiefs to learn and to do. The second one is that minerals are finite, and when there's a boom in gold price and we want to take everything, we should remember it is finite. And whatever we do has an effect on future generations. The president was talking about, no, I think it's the minister who talked about sustainability, ensuring that we benefit from the resources today, but not at the expense of future generations. That too, environmentally, is extremely important. The third point I'd like to make is based on what the EPA boss said. Reclamation, rehabilitation, critical, because anytime we touch the environment, we have to try and return it, not to its pristine state, because we may not be able to do so, but to as near its pristine state as possible. And this is very critical. We must ensure that in the area of small-scale mining, this too is rigidly applied. All the talk is about money and making sure that those in the small-scale sector have access to money. The chiefs want to be involved. They think that if you involve them in the regulation of whatever we do, they'll be able to help. And I think we need to take it seriously. I'm glad our minister invited them here. It means that he's interested in ensuring that we have the best way of managing the mineral resources of our nation as far as Ghanaians are concerned in exploiting these resources. The problem may seem intractable, but I think whenever there's a word called problem, there's also a word called solution. And that's how we must look at what we're dealing with. If we only see it in terms of the difficulties and the impossibilities and so on, we'll get discouraged. But when we see the issues in terms of our ability as human beings to use wisdom, to use knowledge, to use science and technology to resolve problems, we will be more inclined to do so. That is the capacity of the human being. We are able to solve problems. And I know this will not be just another talk shop. We will be satisfied as time goes on in recognizing that a lot of things will be done and the environment will be protected and for use later. Thank you very, very much for your kind attention. I am sorry that I was like a schoolmistress and I didn't allow too many people to talk, but forgive me. The EPA has a document called Mine with Care, Protect the Environment, which is available for collection. Please pick one up and let's together find the best way of getting the ecological balance as we mine. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Our efficient chair lady for this panel, ladies and gentlemen, the Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, former CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, and many thanks to you, our resource person, the Honorable Henry Kwabena Kokofu, Executive Director, EPA. It's not his fault. When the politicians finish campaigning, they don't campaign again. When they win the election, they don't campaign again. It would be nice for the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources to share a brief remark with us so as not to lose his train of thought and shelve all his remarks to the end of this session. Please welcome him warmly as he comes.
Okay, thank you very much. It's just by way of information. Now, Your Majesty, the President of the National House of Chiefs, the point you made is a very valid point, and I want to assure you and the chiefs that very soon, in about a week or two, we intend to seek audience with the National House of Chiefs, following from this consultation, to come in to have a discussion with the National House of Chiefs as a body, where we can get your inputs and be able to factor those inputs to whatever arrangements we seek to make. The deliberations which have just begun clearly gives credence to the importance for this consultation. And I think out of the few exchanges we've seen, it's become very clear that this consultation is long overdue, because there are a lot of aspects of the discussion which are beginning to emanate out of this discussion. The lands are for the chiefs. We can't take it away from them. It's the minerals beneath the lands which are vested in the state, but the lands continue to be for the chiefs. And so the question is even being raised. When people mine and they excavate, when you reclaim the land, what then happens to the land? Does it revert to the chief or not? And there are so many other issues that I believe we need to examine, and that is why I want to give that assurance that in due course we'll be coming to the National House of Chiefs. The question about licensing and reforming the Minerals Commission and changing the licensing regime, that one is long overdue. If somebody is in Achobonyo in my constituency and the person wants to acquire a license to engage in small-scale mining, per the legal regime we have today, the legal and policy regime we have, it will mean the person has to go to Tamale, because there's no regional office in Hamango. He has to go to Tamale, put in an application, work his way through to the Minerals Commission, work his way from the Minerals Commission to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and find his application on my desk as minister for it to be approved before he can have a license in order to be able to mine or in order to be able to be involved in small-scale mining. So then I thank you for raising that issue, and just to assure you that we intend to come and sit before you, take your inputs, and certainly whatever inputs you have will definitely find an expression in the final report, which will be organized and presented to the government for its consideration. So I thank you very much, and Nana, don't worry, we'll definitely be coming to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that quick intervention. And now, Nananum, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next discussion or the next presentation will certainly come in very informative. Please welcome the Director, Corporate Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at the Forestry Commission, Mr. Kujo Awuji, together with the chairperson for this session, the board chair of the NCA, yours and truly mine, Mr. Kweku Sechi Ado. They have done nothing wrong. Please, a round of applause.
Chairman, Honorable Minister, MPs, and then the Nananum. From the Forestry Commission, I will make a presentation that goes straight to the core of what happens in the forest reserves. The outline of my presentation takes care of mining forest reserve, the status of mining the production forest reserves, the illegal mining that affects the integrity of the forest, the current measures that are in place, and some of the things we wish to do to improve upon the forest. I will say that until the middle of the 1990s, the policy was not to allow any mining in the forest reserves of Ghana. The policy changed around 1996, where 17 companies were considered for mining in forest reserves. They were asked to, I think the Forestry Commission was supposed to monitor to make sure that the area that they impact on is not more than 2% of the production forest reserves. So around 2000, 2001, there were implementation guidelines to let mining in forest reserve happen in Ghana. I wouldn't say it was a bad policy because as I speak today, there are 4 companies that have invested in mining in forest reserves in Ghana. And I will say that there have been minimal impact so far as those companies are concerned. So we have Newmont Golden Ridge in the eastern region, specifically Ajenua Bipo. In the western region, we have the Triano Gold Mines. We also have the Golden Star Bogosu Prestia Limited. And now we have in the northern region of Ghana, the Savannah Cement Company. These are companies that have invested heavily in mining in forest reserves. And as I said, the areas that have been given to them, if you look at the percentage of the area they have mined so far, is very limited. So it means that they are taking their time and gradually doing proper mining. Moving on from there, we have forest reserves that have been impacted due to illegal mining. And in the Ashanti region, we have areas like Mankranso district. When I say Mankranso, I mean forest district. We have Nkawie and then Bekwai. In the western north, we have Enchi and Bibiani. We have Takwa and Asekregwa in the western region. Eastern region, we have Chebi and Kede. In the savannah, we have Bole. In the upper east, we have around the Bolgatanga area that's closer and the areas close to Tumu. I'll say the total estimated area of destruction is about 1,890 hectares. But this pales in significance to the area that has been impacted due to prospecting. Prospecting is almost about close to 6,000, which means that although there is illegal mining, which is close to 1,890, you have more impact due to prospecting in the forest reserves. What is happening in the forest reserves is that when people obtain prospecting license, it seems to me as if it is approved illegality, because they go to the forest, they take the soil large chunks. Most of the time, they call it bulk sampling, which means that they are trying to find out whether there is gold in that area. I'm told by the Minerals Commission, exploration involves recognizance and prospecting. So you have a lot of the forest reserve being under prospecting. And then they continue to prospect. But I think that most of this is almost like mining. So you have illegal mining about area covered about 2,000, but prospecting is close to 6,000 hectares. And then there are so many people, and that is the area that's the place where they have huge land, and then they fragment them to different people. So you go to an area, and then a prospecting license has been given to someone, one person, but you can find maybe 30 different people working with different excavators. And this has been brought to the attention of the Commission. The Commission has been working very hard, as I mentioned, until the early to middle 2000. The Commission was preoccupied, basically with illegal logging and nothing to do with mining. So the Commission's capacity is stretched now to deal with mining in forest reserves and then illegal mining in forest reserve. This results in loss of vegetation, polluted waters, and we know that most of the source of our water bodies starts from the forest reserve. So we have destruction of watersheds, we have destruction of even developed plantation, we have uncovered pits in the forest. We've taken details of what happens in the forest, and we've been working with the Minerals Commission to review some of these permits. The good thing is that the new minister has placed a ban on issuance of permits so far as mining in forest reserves are concerned. So this provides the Forestry Commission and the Minerals Commission to sanitize the system and make sure that we don't have so many people who are not qualified and do not have the right skills to be in the forest reserves. I will also say that of the various agencies under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, it is the Forestry Commission that has the enforcement arm. So we have people going around the forest to protect the forest. So we are stretched. And then anywhere there is illegality, our name is mentioned. In terms of challenges, we used to have people doing illegal logging. Now we have illegal mining where the perpetrators are carrying arms, sophisticated arms. We also have limited logistics because now we have to deal with mining as well. And the third point I think has been mentioned several times, what we call at the Forestry Commission, influential interferences. It makes it very difficult to control the illegality in the forest area. We also have difficulties in dealing with the equipment that we seize, because you go and they've removed the major part that will allow the excavators to move. So what it means is that you can't move the excavators except you have the board, the century board yourself to be able to insert into the machine and move it. It also means that you would have to have low loaders to be able to carry the machines out of the forest. And this is a very expensive engagement. If you go to a place and they have 16 excavators, then the expectation is that you should have 16 low loaders. And then the memory board, because they remove it, which means that they've immobilized the excavator. This has caused, in some instances, and then some of the workers of the Forest Commission who are becoming frustrated, you sometimes set some of them on fire. And then we have been given a strong warning not to do that. We also think that the fines, that are imposed on offenders are so small that it ceases to be a deterrent. If you compare the fines and you compare the value of gold, that is not enough for them to stop. Lately, we've also experienced resistance from communities where illegal mining is taking place in the forest. Some of them are benefiting from boreholes and other amenities, which means that some of the illegal miners are now impacting positively on the lives of the people in the communities. So you go and you arrest the offenders and you want to take them out, and you come up against the community members. They will not allow you to take them out, which I think typically one of the places happening at is the Busumchi Range Forest Reserve, which means that livelihood is an issue. Once the communities are now supporting the illegality because they are receiving, social amenities from these offenders. The current measures we have in place, so far as the Commission is concerned, with our limited resources, arresting and then prosecuting the offenders. We've also had some of our staff trained by the Judicial Service to help in prosecution, because you have so many offenders at the same time, and then we need to have some of our workers trained to be able to assist in the prosecution. We've also intensified community education and sensitization. We have a rapid response team where we work jointly with the military, and this time we are working with the police to patrol some of the places. But we our numbers, looking at the scale of the work and the offenders we have to contend with them, we needed to increase our numbers. We are also using, sometimes we have to use a combined team from different districts to be able to deal with a particular menace. That means that you have to move people from Joaso district, move them from Rankranso district, just to be able to deal with a problem at maybe Busumtri, because they are now armed, and then there are many, and the operations are varied. On the way forward, what we are doing and what we think should be happening is that the entities that receive the permits to embark on the prospecting, like the big companies, should also commit themselves to biodiversity offset programs, where they would, if you are going to work in a particular area, probably you should, because you can't do the offset or biodiversity improvement in the same area, you'll be given another area several times the size of the area you are likely to impact on, so that you carry out conservation activities, so that at the end of the day you get a zero impact so far as biodiversity is concerned, or a net positive impact. We also, and it has been mentioned already, the review of current existing methods of issuing licenses. We have received some drones that we would be deploying very soon, so that in real time we'll be able to receive information relating to areas that have been impacted upon adversely. We will also be working with the Minerals Commission, and then with the support of our ministry, to make sure that the community mining, areas that are allocated to them, we create a buffer between that area and then the forest. Anytime they are close to the forest, the chances are that they will work into the forest rather than working the other way. So we are hoping we'll be able to discuss to get a buffer between the forest and then the area that is allocated for community mining. Then we are hoping to increase the staff we have at the Commission so that we'll be able to deal with this additional load that the Commission has to deal with. Through the instrumentality of our minister, we have been able to engage the regional ministers and then the regional security councils, and so that we will be able to fall on them. Because if you go to a place and you have a district security council, and then you have limited numbers to deal with the problem, we think that they will assist us to be able to deal with the menace. And more so, in terms of security, the regional security council and the district security councils and the traditional rulers at the place, invariably they know more of the place than we do as a commission, giving instructions from Accra. We're also looking at reclamation of the illegally mined out areas. So we'll be looking at how to survey the place and know also working with other institutions like the Soil Research and IPU to know the content of, so far as chemicals are concerned, how we are going to analyze this one, the backfilling, the leveling of the place and revegetation of the place. This will call for collaboration and then investment, because the Commission will need funding to be able to carry out this kind of reclamation in the forest area. So basically at the Commission, what we think, as a summary, is that the permitting system is a problem, the interferences are problems, the engagement of the traditional rulers and then the security councils are going to help us. But the major one is the number of prospecting licenses that we have in the system. Because whilst illegal mining is about close to 2,000 hectares, areas that have been given out for prospecting is about 6,000 hectares. And then they are more or less mining than doing the kind of exploration that is expected. I will thank you and be waiting for the questions.
For your presentation, Mr. Awudi Kujo Lamte. Okay, Mr. Lamte. Okay, all right. We got a different name in here. So I'm going to open the floor for questions and answers. Kindly keep your comments brief so that we can have as many as possible in the next maybe 12 or so minutes. And may I advise you, when you come to the microphone or when you take the microphone, to please keep your mask on. In fact, that's when you need your mask on more than at any time. So the floor is open for questions and answers.
The Honorable Minister, that pretty soon you and his team will be using the National House of Peace. But in the meantime, I've asked permission from him to drop a question. And our presenter, you mentioned granting of prospecting licenses. I believe when you talk about prospecting licenses as opposed to mining leases always have parliamentary approval. The prospecting licenses, do they also have parliamentary approval? Two, you have admitted that entry into the forest is granted by the Forestry Commission, and you are talking about 6,000 hectares. How do you ensure that they are doing the right thing? Because when you go in there, you realize they are doing mining. But my understanding is that they are to. I am asking this because I come from a mining area, and Chirano Gold Mines is my area, and Newmont is also working in the eastern region. Awaso Bauxite is also working in the forest reserve. So can you assure us that you have been collecting the special royalties for the respective areas? Thank you.
So if someone is issued with prospecting license, then the expectation is that he's not gotten to the point where he has started mining. So at that point, they don't need parliamentary approval. It's only when they get to the point of getting the mining license that goes to Parliament for approval. The second one is this 6,000 hectares. It's 6,000 hectares, but they may not be working at all the 6,000 hectares at the same time. What we are doing now is working with the Minerals Commission and to review all those permits and know the ones that are working and the areas that they are not working, and then be able to limit the areas that they are supposed to work at a particular time. So there's some work that is going on presently. The 0.6% is the royalties that go to, I think, through the Forestry Commission to the liaison group. And this people who are doing prospecting licenses, because they've not gotten to the point where they are mining, they don't pay the 6%, the 0.6%. It is those who are mining. So the companies that I mentioned earlier, they are the ones who are paying the 6%. Those who are working in the forest reserves as mining, the Newmont, Gold, Chirano, Golden Star Bogoso, and the Savannah company, they are working they are doing mining in the forest reserve. So they are supposed to pay, and they are paying the 0.6% of the royalties. All the other companies that are doing exploration, they are not doing mining, so they are not paying the 0.6%.
And those companies that are supposed to pay the 0.6%, are they paying?
Yes, they are paying, and then some of them, yes, they are complying.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, okay. My name is Nana Frempano Chabibio. I'm Primary Chief Agno Ashanti Tradition Area. I'm here representing the Ashanti Regional House of Chiefs. From the representation done by the Forestry Commission, I don't think the Forestry Commission, so far as I'm concerned, has any problem. Because you seem to know the problem. You seem to know how to solve the problem. And I think your problem is that those who are causing the problem and those who should find the solution are all under one umbrella. That is the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. So you want to appeal to her to do what? That's my problem. What do you want us to do? You know the problem. You know how to solve the problem. So why don't you, now that luckily you have a new minister, tell him your problem and then let him find a solution to the problem. And if he cannot find a solution to the problem, then come to the public so that we have an idea about what to do with him. So some of these things, I think, it's a systematic problem that should not involve all of us. Some of them are just admitted. Ministry of Land. I always say, well, I'm here maybe. The reason why I'm a little bit more vociferous about it that I have dealings with the Forestry Commission for so long. As I sit here, I am the co-chair of the National Red Plus Working Group, which is chaired by the minister. When the minister is not around, or the deputy minister is not around, then I chair. So I know the problems. And your problem is just a problem that should be solved without much.
Thank you, Nana. So, Nana, you're saying that his problem is not a problem?
Yes.
Because
you don't have a problem.
He has the yam and he has the knife. You just cut it. Okay. Thank you very much, Nana. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Detention with the Africa Center for Energy Policy. We have submitted a comprehensive comment on this conversation, but listening to what is happening, my thoughts are crystallizing on some specific points that we have to pay attention to. We have to agree as a country that not every hungry person can mine. And that allows us to plan the benchmarks required for you to enter into that business. If we fail to do that, we'll be running in circles, implementing or introducing policies that cannot be implemented. If we say a community should be allowed to mine through a scheme called community mining, and we have 5 million people pushing into that community, are we going to find space for everybody to mine? No. So we have to plan to agree a certain primary benchmark that allows you to enter into that business of mining. And that then comes back to the definition of areas that you can actually mine. And that is where the Minerals Commission role becomes important. They have to define which areas in Ghana we can mine. And it also has spatial planning implication to identify areas where we can mine. And then you introduce transparent mechanism for allocation of those identified areas, for people to assess it. That way, you are able to transparently use that criteria to award the contract. So we will not be blaming the politicians and people who are connected for being the ones getting access to the mining areas. It's quite important. What I'm seeing missing also is that this is a systemic problem. It has economic implications. The reason why most people are jumping into mining is because they have to eat. All right, so if we have to have this engagement, where is the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Employment, to ensure that we can plan together? The farmer whose produce is getting rotten cannot be excused for not jumping into mining, because the opportunity in the agriculture sector is not promising. So that systemic issue has to be dealt with to provide other opportunities to our young men and women to have other economic activities to engage in, so that we don't create a situation such that once you have a hoe and cutlass and axe, you can get somewhere to mine in this country. I want to ask the Minerals Commission what they think could happen if they decide that they will suspend prospective mining for now, to be able to evaluate what is happening in this space before we can move on, and how quickly can that be done? Because the challenge is you put a ban and there is no timelines and people stay. And that is why 2017, 2018, when the ban was in place, that was the most productive years of the mining industry because it couldn't be enforced. Can we have timelines to evaluate what is happening in this space? Even the licensed ones that are encroaching on river bodies and all of that, can we have timeline in evaluating all those licenses so that we can be clear which direction we want to go as a country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boachi. Let me come here to the gentleman. Yes.
Please, my concern from the presentation has got to do, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Kwekwa Ferry from Wakam. Yes, my concern has got to do with the lack of coordination between the various agencies that are regulating the issues of mining. I was wondering how come a prospecting license can be issued to a mining company into a forest reserve without the knowledge of the forestry. That, for me, tells a lot in the sense that it seems as a country we haven't really developed a holistic approach to tackling the issue of small-scale mining in the country. Because if the Minerals Commission is issuing out prospecting licenses and the Forestry Commission that does not permit mining in forest reserves per its 2012 forest policy, then that means there isn't that much of a coordination and things are being done with the piecemeal approach. So for me, I believe that it is time that, as Ben said, we need to take a holistic approach. If really we want the small-scale mining sector to be an engine of growth for the country, we need to sit back and have a very extensive cost-benefit analysis of the industry so far. Secondly, my issue has got to do with community participation in issuing of licenses. Looking at Section 89 of Act 703, the minister, in consultation with the commission, can reserve any land for small-scale mining activities. What then becomes of the communities that are going to be affected by these mining activities? How well do we bring these people in to seek their views as to whether they even do accept that mining should be done on their lands? So if by the powers of the minister, which I do respect, we are giving such powers to them in the interest of the state, I believe that there is the need for us to bring the communities that are affected into such negotiation processes as to whether or not we should even mine on their lands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll take I'll take this one. Yes, sir.
Western Regional Minister. I've listened to the conversation, and I believe that we've gotten to a situation where we need to have solutions to the problems. We cannot belittle the minds of the people far away from Accra. And I believe that it is time that in the approval process for the mining leases and whatsoever, this should be the first point of call in that decision. So that the issue of chiefs not being involved, the issues of communities not being involved is a thing of the past. We cannot prefer solutions in Accra when we don't take into consideration the participation of the people for whom the benefit or loss would accrue to. So I believe that immediately, no matter the kind of laws that we have, we need to find a policy space to give meaning to decentralization on the approval of these mining leases. Two, the commission, both the Forestry Commission and the Mineral Commission are talking about monies. I don't believe that government in Accra can continue to raise money to do reclamation. I mean, people who are devastating the lands, we know a lot of them are illegal. When we arrest them by the law, those excavators and all those implements belongs to the minister. Why can't we use the same machines where they are to reclaim the lands? Because this business of taking the balls of these excavators and sending them to the police station, they end up coming back to come and take these machines away, whilst the deforestation or the devastation of the land continue to exist. So the government has to look for money to come and reclaim. I believe that is a loss to public finances. And therefore, I believe that we need to look at it critically. Thirdly, but not the least, is that mining can provide jobs for our youth. Mining can provide wealth for the people of this country. We have continued to talk about small-scale mining, community mining. What are we using it for? Just for chop money or to create wealth, so that we can reinvest in our communities and make our places better. I believe that it is time that we give special arrangements to make sure that more community mines that can be controlled are given licenses immediately, so that we can use that to absorb the teeming unemployed youth in our country in specific areas, so that they can also survive and continue with their life. So far, the process has been so slow that people are forced to go into illegal mining. And I believe that we've all come to one conclusion that Ghanaians want to be legalized to do this work. And I believe that we shouldn't keep talking and talking and talking without solving that problem. If we don't solve it, the young men and women across the length and breadth of the country will continue to do this and to be a merry-go-round. We'll be talking and talking, we'll arrest them with the police, we'll release them, we'll arrest them with the police. And then especially when it gets to election time, people ingeniously start using it against one government or the other. And I believe that we should start now, implement it now, so that by the time we get to that period, this issue does not become a political question that needs to be answered by anybody. We saw what happened the last time, and I was so disappointed in the... Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for stopping right there. I'll take a question from the lady over here, and then I'll come to you, please.
Saying this because Ghana has been a mining country for how many years, I don't know. And we continue to mine, yet we're classified as a HIPIC some time ago. And if today we need to do the assessment and do the cost-benefit analysis, we realize that on a net basis, we are losing out. So the fundamental question is, why are we engaged in mining? And for what purpose? The second point that I want to ask is that the speaker, when he was making his presentation, talked about the biodiversity offset programs as a solution for degrading pristine environments. I'm speaking as an environmentalist, and I know that there's no way to create any micro-ecological system which could be identified with what has been destroyed. So if we're thinking of just plantation, then we can be talking about BBOP. But if we really want to maintain the sanity of pristine forests and the diversified ecosystems that we have in the country, then we should think twice before allowing exploration and mining in pristine environments, because that cannot address the problems that we are creating for generation. And I just want to retrace that if we go to our communities, I'm a community woman, every community has what we call entam. That's the totem. And it's around land and the sacrifices that our ancestors had to subject themselves to acquire what we call today as our land. We are talking about mining and sustainability. What do we have in place? What are we going to ensure that how we are mining today, in future, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, my grandchildren will also have the opportunity to use the resources that we find in our environments, the medicinal plants, the women especially, gathering and selling for their livelihoods, the spices that they gather, the mushrooms that they gather, the snails that they gather. How are we going to ensure that the bulk majority of these people will still have access to livelihoods? And we can maintain our cultural and value orientation when it comes to us as people of Ghana. We are losing sight of that. We are looking at the money. We are losing sight of the intangibles. And that is what makes us human beings and not the money.
Can you please keep it short? I've got just 2 minutes.
Yeah. My name is Fuad Robert. I'm a small-scale miner from Upper East. My problem with the illegal mining, and as we're all mentioning here, we're talking about small-scale mining, illegal mining, and forgetting of the large scale that are engaged in illegal mining more than even the small-scale mining. Why am I saying this? I am saying this because most of the large-scale concession will go in for prospecting license. And with the prospecting license, by any illegally mining in the forest area or any designated area given to them as a large-scale concession. And mostly you find them that they are not even have the lease to go and mine, but they only have the lease to go and do prospecting. And my belief is that, I believe with the Minerals Commission, what the CEO said, we need to recheck about the concessions that were given prospecting licenses to them in this country, to make sure that we really have a second look at it, so that what we can do to stop the illegal activities. Looking at the CEO from the Forest Reserve, it is not the small-scale miners who enter into the Forest Reserve. Most of them are the large-scale concessions that have access to the Forest Reserve to do mining. And you have given them the prospecting license, and they end up doing mining inside the place, and it's not prospecting license. So that is the problem in this country. And I believe the Mineral Commission and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources should have a second look at that as a concept, so that they can bring a solution to that.
Thank you, sir. Madam Akuadonko. Mpacho utimi kasapa.
Yo, that's it. Na munya mpanimfo nyina mechia munyina na nanu ni mpanimfo.
Obia.
Nyina ma de wasore ko, na nso nyina me koso chia no.
Obia aje oso. Na no aye ni ntientiem.
Yo de ntientiem. De America ne say. Ni gisam se ne dai na na me ye nyina be hia ha. E fa galem sei ho. Galem sei fo no. Sa wo mo se ani adina. Na ya tua na na tua ne ntua ma akoka ne ho. The American asasi se first do not sa nka na nyina nka yenya duane ni watimia ya bone ati sei empanimfo no so a ya wo mo di bone no e fa fie ne ya magesfoi ene ta bi no machi ana nananom so mo adawroma mo so mo nkrofo so bi atwa sase ma enti mo adawroma no kura ne de meka da me samo ase mo nyina mo gya ya sase a mo twa ma no a na ya nkrofo so a ye kwahwe wo mo so no ne yesu ye kotu bi ana so yesu agyaye a bibia be ya bibia wo be ya wo so be gyaye bibia wo tiri agyaye enti niam e kwaso no eye no ye yi kire ye wo bia hu se de ye yi kire ye sase a esei ne ye nsu a esei kade no na wo mu twa sase ya ye twa no ketewa bi ne ye kwa sase ase ya nsei nsuo aniam nyina wo so enna de mo di mfidie ne ade ati se ye anu tina na do kura nya me ato abada sama no wo wa me etu sa garem se da se no adwem bore no mu ntwa so enti me ka kire mo se me se me be boara na do kwan bia so be de me mogya abeto ho me de me kwa beto ho aboara na do ne atu sa akrofo na se ya chiwa ye hase ade ofa bia ne de wafa na mra mu ade ne mu atimi aba ade na mo yesa ade na Ghana mo me ho kire yesa enti masamo a me ka kire wo no no anya no
ye da se na Monica sir, last contribution from the Honorable here, and then I'll let you.
I'm the regional minister for the Eastern region. Listening to the presentation from the Forestry Commission, following up from the good policy of the Ministry of Lands and Forestry in greening Ghana, I know the Forestry Commission do a lot of nursery. I want to suggest that as part of transparency and helping interface the agencies under the ministry, in review of the community mining policy, if we could tie in the nurseries to part of the reclamation so that post using the earth moving equipment to claim the earth, to get the environment back on ground and to get the greening going, we tie it to the reclamation and permitted licensing as part of the governance regulations in the system, because we need to offer our teeming youth jobs. And once we go by this, we tie it to the value addition. I believe will enhance the policy very well. This is my little contribution today.
Thank you very much. I will allow Mr. Alote a minute to perhaps sum up and, if possible, touch very, very briefly on some of the points that were raised.
For the advice he gave us and the fact that he said we know the solutions, we should go to our ministry and then work with the ministry to solve the problem. So that is one of the things the minister is doing. He's bringing all the agencies for a meeting from time to time, so that we'll be able to have that collaboration that he's talking about. To Mr. Ben Wachi, the information is that the prospecting has been suspended. No prospecting license has been issued now, and then we are reviewing all the processes, and then we'll visit the sites together with the Minerals Commission taking the lead to be able to know what is happening exactly on the field. I will also make it maybe a point that small-scale mining is not allowed in the forest reserve. You know, the policy change was to allow large-scale mining, in the forest reserve. That is not more than 2% of the production forest reserve. But small-scale mining is not allowed in the forest and reserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alote. And I will not attempt to summarize, except to say a very big thank you to all of you, and to also say a big congratulations to the Honorable Minister, who within a matter of weeks, together with his team, have put this together and brought all the key stakeholders together under this roof to have this conversation. And we trust that with your goodwill, something useful will come out of this that will serve all of us in the long run. Thank you, and God bless you.
Many thanks to you, Mr. Kwekuse Chiado, together with the CEO of the Forestry Commission. Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed that lunch will be served 30 minutes from now. That makes way for the last presentation on the sanctions for illegal small-scale mining, I beg your pardon, under the Minerals and Mining Act. Would you please welcome the chairperson for that, Dr. Eric Broni Bediakon. He's a senior lecturer, George Grant University of Mines and Technology, together with the presenter, Mr. Joseph Iroko, Deputy Lands Commission.
Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My mission here is to quickly present to you on the sanctions for illegal small-scale mining under the Minerals and Mining Act. So this is the outline, a brief overview of the amendment, and then we look at the sanctions as contained in the Act. So as we are all aware, Parliament passed the Minerals and Mining Amendment Act 2019, Act 995, and received presidential assent on 19th August 2019. And then there are two key issues in that amendment. First of all, it increased or enhanced the punishment for illegal small-scale mining under Section 99. And then also, more importantly, the term illegal mining was defined to cover all forms of mining without a license, whether large-scale or small-scale. So what does the law say? The first thing is that a person cannot buy or sell minerals without a license granted by the government, actually the minister. In the old law, the statutory regime under that was that there was a maximum fine of 3,000 penalty units and a jail of 5 years being the maximum term, or you can be fined and imprisoned at the same time. Now, in the new law, which is Act 995, that has been enhanced. First of all, there is now a minimum fine, which is 10,000 penalty units, and a maximum fine of 15,000.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question.
You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Immediately you say, I hope it's not that girl that you are going out with. That girl cry, you have not been checking her. So that day, immediately you say it, immediately I get out, I'm like, hey, where is she?
They fuck. So it's like pam, 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 O2 man can so yeah, you don't even know. They're just exhausting their strength, but they are not really delivering anything.
No matter the age, when a man sees that he's going in for a younger lady, the man prepares himself. The man is fast. The kind of rounds, the kind of roles, the kind of styles he's going to even introduce you, the lady, into. You ask yourself, oh, how did you do that? And at the end of the day, you will be calling him Daddy, Zazie.
Daddy. Every day is bedroom, off the light. You don't even see the panty she's wearing, no lingerie, no undresses. How about try the kitchen? How about get to know her love language so that you can foreplay her? You know, you're in the office, you're like, and I'm about Mary Rose. You know, some days she's like.
She said, the Chief of Staff kind of, yeah, or Chima and Radia. In that. Now, so Amani and T. You do Ficassi Muhay. Now, after do dear Ninti or Chima and T baby. Phone and Abribiacona in Siamosophobi. A Cosibus from Chia on the only cremophone, dear C. A Ghana man penny or Tia Benyaso. In your Kuma or Sansuan and Anna Precope. Or Chimaira or Saji for a moitu full penny or chain. Madame was a papa.
That's a chief linguist. Thank you, Nana Chumisi-Ankra, the Chief of Staff, for the introduction. I think it now falls on me to also introduce those on the government side. And I'd like to start with the Chief of Staff, Honorable Akusia Frima Osei Opare. Next to her is the Secretary to the President, Nana Bidiatu Asante. And to his immediate left is the Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, Honorable Ursula Ekofu, Minister for Communications and Digitalization, and Minister for Roads, our Eastern Regional Minister who spoke earlier. On the second row, we have Honorable Kojoku, Minister for Chieftaincy. And next to him is Honorable Fawaz Aliu, the Deputy Chief of Staff. And Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, Minister for Information. The Minister Designate for Finance, Honorable Abna Osei-Asari. Then the General Ochri, Presidential Advisor on National Security. Thank you very much. Mr. President, it's now my pleasure to invite Dasibre Inyimadu Kantomanto, the Kwabenhini and Jasehini of Achimebwakwa, to convey a message from His Majesty, Ochenhini. The linguist, it's my pleasure to invite you to state the purpose of His Majesty's visit, please.
Ghana Mampeni Nadu Dankwa Kufuado Ayukoba Aye Aswafo Mpenifua Oni Mampeni Chichiri na Nwaton Fidue mu ha da no nia abrani abran kitahudi ekoso ahohweso oba pani frima opare omampani churchofo na asante bedi atu osi enadwumadie no kasa no ye de befra e be kabrofo na asen kan ikrom kasa yi a da bia de na muyi se amani mu no sa chiame fa sikapuma ni afade ekoye fufuo ani kenta na nchese ani jesem bia pie ani san si ebu nkompo akohwe achi a mfie na etwa mu openima da na etosonson fie mpimienu no dunsia onyankopon sane na ani onyamu ehye yankasa ya de nyina otia ba enwa so Ghana Mampeni Nadu Dankwa Akufo-Addo anu nyam e de oman franka ehye ni sa so oman yakandifo ema oman no toto oman ehunu ema emfa yenko bosha saase so ampa tumi a Ghana man de share Ghana Mampeni sa enhyehyɛ pa odi gu akwan mu empanimpa onya bo ne chidom nti dwumadie no so oman Ghana ni nanu ada yenkoda ma ade enchi a opanima biem ne da toso nso mfiempim mienu ne atuo no etwa mu esan kitahudie pa ene hyehyɛ pa oman pani de ba mfie na etwa mu nti oman no san hwɛ so eto abane bumbiem de ma Ghana Mampani na chiame apabre si ye de hye no ye beba na ya be mani trinkwa na so esan se Mampani akwani abedie do so nti achiame anya bre na se de ba asrefo anyumo etoso ahenum ne aduonu an ne ka no osidi onyame ye ne na pede na ne kwan so se de oye na ade fa na ya pani yekomuwum wena ochiman sa he trans no sida bi mfie na etwa mu ye pa ebre ye nya wedi anananom atran konwamo ochiman wadonten benkum nifa osia wo jase amantu miensa mumienkoi na me nana no men koma ni trinkwa kɔbɔ n'aba so yɛn nyinaa nsrɛ nyame mpaepa ɛntaa n'akyi na mfie nan edi anim yi deɛ ɔman Ghana hwehwɛe deɛ yɛbrɛ pɛe enyae no yɛnkɔtaa n'akyi ne yɛmmɔ n'aba so sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ne mfie ɛnwɔtwe akwantuo no bɛkɔ awieɛ no na ɔman Ghana afa ne ntoma papa ɛde afira nti awie mu hu ɔkyeman wɔ ha ɔnana di anim a yɛba ne abɛma Ghana mampani trinkwa ne asro nyame mpaepa ɛde ama no sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ne mfie nan no ɛbɛkɔ awieɛ no ɛnya konta papa bi abu akyerɛ ɔman Ghana ɛne Nyankopɔn nti yɛbaeɛ a ne yɛnante hyɛ no no.
Ochiami Sam Entry Posiaku Yadase. It's now my pleasure to invite Dasibre Inyumadu Kantomanto, the Jasihini and Kwambihini of Achimebuakwa, to convey a message on behalf of His Majesty.
Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers of State, the security forces, the media, and all. Please, before my Majesty and Her Royal Highness, please permit me to change the language to our traditional language. Omampeni, yedi kan abu abaso. Minsem kenyina tofabo, ena osaje fo chiame abekeni. Na enso nam dodo ansa enkwan. Enche bia yebu ye kon hwe achi a, emfie nan atwam. Da kura no pete Segana mine, Yantuaba, Emma Nana, do down kwa Kufuado, near Fen son and share, so Magana mine con anymore. Ampa Gana Maya Munanimtia. Yet to Abba Edimano, or Fesso. Nanu Cranny, the near Ma Wayan and near Manina, Ma Miura. Atonium, Naminim Semura on your sir. Wasn't I no future? Why do do? Miura nyumo to nankemenya composer he try to powers. Edi kan pa nana meda wase. Eye COVID sai yare mumuruntum nwaso ye ba ye kwan a wafa so. Age wade hye ne akra nyina nkwa edi asi ho. E ka akra bi na nananom ye ku ye nkonwa so koyi musuo e pam yare sa na no mugikire wo mde to ho ma yen nanso ye krado si ye be yope ene ehu si akre nuro e de abase ye mfa mu boye mpane ne betu ase efi mre nuro ba ye no kure ni ase yare no suro pane ye ntire nkan bio be bi ode afade onkwa kire pu agya no ho se nkunim di abai eye osagefo amuati o for penny Kwai bibre mu hin wo chamfo oni ni nuaba adutwu adokuya wo hwe ha ya pagya ochiman nyina na ye de aba hanom ye de ebenti odosronko a ochiman ewonti adonten wa ha benkum wa ha nifan wa ha osiewo wa ha jase da se bra imaduka ntamanto wo fa mianso mi gina na jese ye nya obia wa kire edosronko a ewonti eye Ghana abakosam kese ne wo chiman abakosam kese bi nsida ewo Ghana abankese mu ha eye ahonho ho apa nana wonana wasagefo amuati oforepani wose wo behwe nkunimdi abotire de bo wo no aye watu no abo abaso no wachira osronko ade ba ko pe ne ka echire eye hire eni pada ka wonana wadi begu watifi na ndio wa wrehyem se ankwa mabia enche obekwa seda wabo nyame aseda for ye uba ofie uba efie nso ye nya mu ekoja wa sorry adenti ocheman for Christ ese die nyina mu no nyame ene edi dikan nana wonu waso wafo ye mamutire nkwa ye mamutire nkwa emu ye mamutire nkwa sese waban ato nsafre nananom ahemfu nyina hu se nananom ye som bia eyeye enti amfia no onyam ya hoɔden ye nyansa ne ye bibia meta wachi ne ye nhiri no emenko ne senti na ye kosobo abaso safie we say ye the year of Rosa ne ebesere ese free nsa mu hanom kwekwan yi afie we mra yare yi dwane ne ete ni ka akwanhia no kure nipa efa no ebro yare kure eba yeso adenti enore yi kwa na bompu ni mpu nenso saa kwanti mpuen enko twam nko jejeti enko ka enko ko de no ho ne de na fi sensem we no no enye nsem a ye beti biu ka ne bi nhia bi ne wo se wo da de no no a obepaake wo baabi foforo na nya de a wo de kwakohia wo bi da biarada nana aswafo Honorable Road Minister, what do you hear? No, why am I bro? So me am kwa ben kwan and asphalt. Tafrache, I yes watermelon. Me take my first kure ye. Why are they? To aso, you my pa wo na sa kwan ya kan. Ahoɔden bi was a year of rules there. Monto aso mfemfa honom. Enkongoji lenke enkokɔ de no. Dual carriage road. Na no de eba ne saa akwanhia bebre we no ye ntibi bio wo ho akwanhia ho nanso ye bepam saa na ye ma we nyina afi ho yesere wanya ado wadwuma pa wo ye to aso this one ansan cha bia na mampani yetu sa wo galamsey fo so no kure ni kane tete nananom no mutu sika nke ye nya bi mfa nyan mfa bi mbom patia nanso ne nya kwan we su na na omufa no na omu nsei nsuo wo mu nsei bibia o mampani o ba o ma etiase say planting for food and jobs na okuani ye na fu no obi nso se ne sika e wasa ase na ase na ese otu aburu ogu ansa na wayi sika no obeyi bewie nso aburu no kora wontumi mfensi obi ye hunu kwanko a saa sika gudie ye de e di kakraba nanso we mmoa yen ena ama yensuo yesuwa ne bibia sei ugohwe nsuo a ayese milk coffee waye medical coffee na de mereke afra okuani egwafum kura akobaduro bi a agese ode pure water ko na wadawroma eyesa abgalam se adwuma yi de senka wutu ase ama ye kura ye nyina de ahoone bebo anya ba agofo ko na yetu ase ye kura emmoa ye ndabi na nchire manso aba betutu ya dankasa asan atwa ye ma de aka ho se nananom adikanfo ya amoa ho ye besere obebre aswafo amoa ha ekono nya nanado nko ako ye nyina ako ne se wama nananom ahemfo akwanya se ye nsu yetimi ede ahoɔden ne enu onyamboa de na kwan bia ye nsu ye befa so a ye beboa enkuro de nyina ye enkuro na o ma ye kwan a na wo de bambo fo yi beka ye ho ya prosifo ya sojafo any immigration fo awo ho ewom na wo de wo nim kwan wo fa so hu zamramani e ma no so ade ni hye baabi mesre me ka bebre mesre mo a eye galam se adwuma e koso ne de emwa ye de bi na mabu a ye kosuku e ko ni free beba na se wo mbeba kura so mko school of mining on be proper mining and say na wahim bio mining where is it ayira ti esrem bebre munti asopem na sa galam se sem ni ade munnam ye nyina ye nam tu akwan ase eze kura de afa ase o mu ahyeda na o mu ahyeldi nso no ma hoafu unhu nso no wenwo za ye mere coffee enso nso na ho potopoto asa ye kura water works pumping nso amayen ya o mu bre ya nhwe ni ye ni antu ase a dabi e be kre nso aba banu mu Omi momode ni tu ase ya ye ntu ase de ku kura. Yesremo. Say ya kwaye ni yensa ase ni ade a ye say nyina efficacy mu ya ene ngita ho pawo. Ye besremo. Se mo tena ase na mo dwen Ghana man ho ahyehyɛ niema aye bibia pepepa ɛyɛ saa gadam sɛ adwuma de yɛsrɛ mo sɛ mbeyi afiri hɔ no mama yɛ kora ɛno twɛ mu antwam hɔ a yɛdi isifo ɛne MC yifo no kure ni kwan yom ne nananom de te de ubu sɛ di isi bia so wɔ se me de me di isi ɛyɛ me mandate sɛ me yɛ ne me yɔ enti na me yɔ na nke besi dan ne de aso bɛbɔ fom asi district hospital na wɔ hen ne mpani e wɔ kurom ne mu hwe ne de aso bɛbɔ hɔ sa ne yɛse na nananom apaye pa ye yinti yetimi yi apaye pa srɛ nananom sɛ empo obi bia wɔde nani bɛbɔ wa yaresa bia ha kora no sɛ ne ne yare yɛti doctor nhwe no kora wonya hoɔden yetimi nso ba mu sa pepepe ma yɛn Wahin Solomon see ne kronkron was ya urade se ne soro antimi angita akese yo na saase antimi ankra onye dan na empo bia obema na so ahwe dan ne na bisa de etibia na agya ye ma no na nanu wo sa apa ye kuro ye abi se ne ye bia ne ye hu wo mbia ye yie na ye biara biara nso a usum biara fidi a ye urade enti esramo se mo beboa ye ama saa nsɛm a yɛka nyinaa no nananom yɛnya kwanya ɛde aho abam bi yɛkɔso nso srɛ mu anya ado emre tenten fi agwasi kɔkɔɔ brɛ so a wɔgye nananom nsa ase gye ne yɛntin de to hɔ nom kaa sɛ mpo ɔbɛma yɛaworɔ yɛ mpa boade anante fam saa akyɛ yie saase no bi wɔ kora yɛnyɛ so hwee ɛnɛ nsaase asɛe wei no mu nyinaa ne yɛsrɛ mo sɛ mbɛma nananom anya kwanya na mo yi ensa ase bi asan de amaye minim na me ka me fuma mo mfa nche me emre o ma pani dadagufo be committee ze legon sa ase ni nsa ase o mo je ye ka school ka kra bi no mo ye ne aka nyina odane ma nananom se o mo hwe na mo nso emfa nchichire o mukuro enei ato ye ye besro ma pani eze sa ase tam o mo jejeje to ho a enei say ye de be bibi ne so wo kina ye nimu no na nanom ye ba mu bi de mo ma ye kwan na ye nyi ensa ase no na ye nso ye mfa mmobra na da bia ye ko enkonwa so ne ye yi apaya ensa mienu ne ye kan oba woni awo mo ma na ye fon ba bia edan nsi na ensa ase no wa hia ye de besi adan na nanom wa dawro ma me o ma mpani misre wo de wo ye na nafre ye fon mu Your Excellency no man ka bi na meka na afa che me edin bie ni ho no mu echen na no Excellency no me nyanya ni twi e bi akire mba kire me Your Excellency no ni twi enti nana wadawro ma tie yenyen na ne ye kan nyina no kosi se emfie nan sanso bio no Ghana ma ya ma akwan ado a wodo na fe na watrem akuafo ya do a ye yipo na wutu pono gumwa na fe ani mu ada ho se pono na wutu o ye fiche bi ba kura me da kakra mbedu ba bi me se ahefa na medrom so wadi poku ase enam se onye poku ase ni wo se ne poku ase ne kwan ne bi sinsin wiem bi sinsin finfin bi enam se adrabafo ango school be yere wo nana ne e be ne dai wo yira nso a wa yira kura je se wo san kokutwa U10 wo ba bi e da wase enwuma pa wo yo na yeksan besre obieu eze nsemu aya kan nyina galam se de ne de me bɔ no tofa me srew den de nanso obroni bi ka asem bi kire me was a revolution has never been kind to its own people send ya tibia dua batabo ho atwana ofa ase 19 kro umia wo so wa mi anso ane na yete wo be ne dai na ese e bɔ moden na ye de na esi fom na etu saasa we sei e me ifiri wo na ye nsuo asai ne ye nsa ase ya ye ese no no ye besen anya ni nyina ato wo no na ma na e ba ya Greek no Ghana is 75% agric. Ekuafo ye chefen wo mu ye doso Tia slow bebre. Bomodia my na enche. So obo prin ofori pani fie. Na beto osajefo. Eni pani e wa ha. Yenim say dan ya wodi wonku nim dia botre ni beba. Samre no. Opa da ye ready e wo ho. Eni hire. Ye de bebo. Damasi bebre. Say mwati ya sopam. Damasi.
Thank you, Dasibre Inyumadu Kantumantu, for conveying the message of His Majesty. And we thank His Majesty for his words of wisdom. It's now my pleasure to invite the President of the Republic to deliver his statement. Mr. President.
Chief of Staff, Minister for Chieftaincy Affairs, Ministers of State, Osajefo Amwetia Ofori Penny, Otehe, Nachehema, Nananom, Yedika Same Mamunya Kwaba Sonko, Awufikesimu, Abankese Jubilee House, Eyo Mampanya Swaye. Yeme depaso se ne, Ababetumi. First time no, me humwa. Mami ya jinsi bia mwa mudima wabisi ano, moja miyama. See, and then they may use a nantisa. Namucha Muamu brepa, and then an alban, Madame Papa, Madame Sepa. And it's true. Tinkwa Kessia Modia Bremi, Mitri das Papa. Na Yamina me babaka, Momuni. I send you more come means in Jina. If you can see Mono, and I name. The brain names and another million I can tell. I know what I am in Nana. Sana de Anetia, on your frock, yeah, Anetia. A Korean and Nana, and another man and then it's Samu, or in Cassia, Kududia, Forata the first. No, no, need Janus so. No, the Ababi do baby, I Ababi day. Stamaka said. And young one coming here. Nabani say no, there's some boami ampa. And I somehow they had to draw Hano. The bomb of the year, no cacra. Then so, a bio. Mammy, a boy queer. I could do a ba on a woman. My etia said, Se Bibia, no. The here pan is a young friend in Gracia, Bia and Babaca, or Chimay, and Babaca, a Cunano so. San and the papa de Titano. The Sarson of the Tite, ain't you know, and no ne. The Cassia Musume Pessameka. The Mebomodin, Namin friend who has seen so and Baba Camo and Baba Cat, what's in mine. A good Conain, Santa Fawunim, the Susa and Nafo. Nelson Sono Nyansa Nikumapa. And he has said Seminiano, Mebomodin, and Media Juma, a Damanimno. Na BHM will say yes. Ghana for you. Chin Nana Anyakwa near Oman so Yahu Faso. Nana DC for some. Nana just say, Kano. We have all kinds of problems. This year, no choir, on an unknown be quajina, and who acquires a shitanium, not just on your Jumaye. They say, Binum or Hossa or Chimemua. Some about a shisha for fro. Messama, Moma Mihu. Moma Mihu. Because good governance, that's what it means. Consulting with the stakeholders on the ground and making sure that their concerns are addressed. Oko no anya sa adwuma na chese onye wadwuma yi. Nti no. Sajofo, ehwu anim. De obeka. Redma. Galamsey. Masem here kese. Ya ye brim, who the aye. Proud. And cobra. Sure kese organ in ne. Ya say. Masem here pa se bepe coin bi. Na ye sa galamsey no free man. First time. Yeah. Nenso enu baby aka say do no. Now this time round in so media holding some ko ba be shemu. Mama ni nyina betwe hu say ampa many briasam. The kwan bia so no esese yi GhanaWeb no efi asetremu. Na asase no eni nsuo na japade a enana no dijae no yeso enya bibia de beja woni so a eba no ni anhyeda amfe na nsi fom ame ni enya den wa na adan nyina be boyen na frias yesem. That's what I can say. I intend to do everything within my power in this second term to bring this GhanaWeb menace to a conclusion in Ghana. Now, a quiet no, as I'm not dead. If you say, Nyamikra, I can say, Monica, who says me. One more, but let's see a quiet. Rose Minister, what's in an dual carriageway, a pedra, and so on, a pedra. And they want to see some results this our second term. And then I'm in control. Should I commit you? Only finance minister, oh sorry, finance minister, no, please up. Should I commit you to the chiefs that the dual carriageway in Suwam Apidra will be done this second term? You've heard it. Watch it there. Nothing is as no swasam. The Nana Jessica and my mate. Na in Abetas in Yahweh quiet between our. Because some of these lands, there are all kinds of various, but we'll look at it. If the purposes for which these lands were taken by the state are no longer needed by the state, obviously, we should go about see what we need to do to restore the lands. But we will see. So it will be a matter on our agenda. I'm saying someone, Sajofo, only two Jano, said Nina Makahu Asem Kakra. Na ni teach you They may be some of the baby, but and they say, "What hey, you be beyond who they see Ghana, Sana chair." Say, Binum knew how one about can't you was to take a say, baby, a echo, and yet, aha, is a sea for her, young funny say, what you are, Nanima, about say, was it. And see, many that's all the more. Say, pass it be more who said, yes, or Chima Munqua, the baby costing and fatter, then say, have faster quansa, but some of the Baba Bomman here. Yes, it can be able to say that Bakumi no dear, which me about mobile so it me small coin. Now I'm so soon the war as a same small catcher, no, because a ye, mammy, and a ye, mamma. And you yam no bama fire, Momona, a dear you man, a sham. Now, bad reputation, so bad, it can't be. It's, we have to work together. That's what I'm trying to say. We have to work together to make my stay here a successful one. But I'll do everything in my power, and I need your support for us to be able to go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. President. Thank Mr. President for his statement. As is customary, guests calling on Mr. President, we always love to have photo opportunity with the President before they depart. And on this very auspicious occasion, that will happen. And so, without much ado, may I invite Mr. President. May I humbly request those on the second row and beyond to be upstanding. So, we're taking the final one without the mask. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.